Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Don Lemon Show. We are live on the campus of Howard University, and the choir is singing. And so it is a beautiful, beautiful rendition of Lift Every Voice that they're singing now. Really, really gorgeous. There are thousands of people here. Yeah, it is beautiful. And there are thousands of people here. They let the public in just a short time ago, not that long ago. Basically, it was like, a watch party. Not a watch party, but like a rally that's been happening throughout the country with a DJ, and folks are just partying. We have some folks with us. We have leader Francis Driscoll is with us. We have Tara Palmieri joining us from Los Angeles. She has a story to tell. And we have Godfrey and Lauren Leader holding it down for me at the studio. And also, hey, Lemonheads, you're now part of the show. I'm so happy you're here. So we're going to listen to them and all of these guys. But let me just tell you guys, Tara Palmieri has a story to tell about, I think sums up exactly how this election has been going and how it's been run, especially on the Trump campaign part. Tara, tell us where you are and what happened.
Hey, Don, it's so great to be on with you, by the way. What a beautiful scene behind you. I was supposed to be in Palm Beach at the Trump election night party, but the Trump's campaign manager decided last Thursday to deny me my credentials into the party based on some of my reporting about the anxiety that his team was feeling about some of the early voting returns in the Blue Wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, a state where there are more registered female voters than men. The numbers, women were coming out 10, 13 points more than men. You heard Trump's biggest surrogate, Charlie Kirk, out there saying, men, you need to get out there. Women are outvoting you 2 times. Can you imagine what will happen? You'll have to listen to Kamala Harris's cackling voice if you don't vote. So I reported on where all of this anxiety was coming from, and it was from the early voting tabulations. And this was after, by the way, from the week before, reporting that they were actually celebrating early voting returns in the Sun Belt, specifically in Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, and North Carolina, where Republicans for the first time were out early voting Democrats by like 3,000 votes. It's never been done before. So, it was a bit of a premature celebration for them, and I wrote about both angles. But once I mentioned that they were sweating, my credentials were cut. I just learned that over the weekend they cut a few more people's credentials because, hey, why not, right? Politico, after they reported that one of the leaders of their Pennsylvania ground game was a white nationalist, they lost their credentials. Axios lost their credentials as well when their reporter reported a similar story to mine about Trump's anxiety.
Well, Tara, what is they love you if you're reporting only positive stuff about them, and then if you're actually reporting the truth, somehow I know, right? that they don't want to hear it. What does that say though about what's going on inside of the campaign? What does that say about their fears about Kamala Harris winning and then losing?
It's just not a good, you got to think to yourself, okay, you're the campaign manager of a presidential campaign, okay? And you are spending your time tweeting at a reporter and saying, I'm denying your credentials. Don't you have more to do, better things on your mind? It also just doesn't really suggest a lot of confidence right now. I've heard, Trump has been very edgy. He's been very moody lately. And it's been all about kind of keeping him calm, especially when that Ann Selzer poll came out showing Harris winning Iowa by 3 points.
What was his reaction to that?
Oh, he was furious. And they were, showing him memos that showed the opposite, like the Emerson poll. So, there's been a lot of presenting him with data and documents that calms him down, because when he's riled up, as you know, he acts erratic on the stage, and they really need a clean closer. They need some discipline in these final week, which was frankly a pretty sloppy week in terms of delivering a concise message, which is, were you better now than you were 4 years ago? And it just seems to get lost in the controversy around him, saying the press should be shot. I should have never left the White House. So many unforced errors, but it's just a part of the rambling Trump show. And this is what they've been dealing with. And, I'm collateral damage, I guess, to them feeling their anxiety. But I still keep reporting. I'm getting internals right now from campaign aides and senior advisors telling me about what they're concerned about, young men in particular. They're concerned that they're not coming out the way they want them to. Stephen Miller just tweeted an hour ago, if you don't know a man who hasn't gone out and voted, drag him to the polls now.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like, and then you see Lehigh University, all these universities in Michigan and Pennsylvania, people lined up. It doesn't bode well. At the same time, they do see softness in Georgia and Florida and some of these predominantly black counties for Kamala Harris, and they see some hope there. So, you know, right now, though, I am hearing that there's concern about young men coming out and vote, and that was the demographic they were really focused on, these low propensity. First time, voters that kind of the bro voters, the Joe Rogan type that they thought, you know, could help them save the day. But it was a risky bet, and we'll see if they come through. If they can outmatch the intensity of women right now.
No way.
Well, we know. Hey, we're going to bring in everyone into smoke, just so everyone, we're going to be completely transparent.
Totally.
We
I'm going to have to jump in a few minutes.
Yeah, like 2 minutes. So that's why I'm getting everything I can out of Tara Palmieri.
Yeah.
We're all going to try. Tara, tell everyone what you're doing, because we're going to maybe be a part of it a little bit later, depending on the situation here. You are part of this new show. On this new effort on Amazon. We want to shout out our friends over at Amazon, Brian Williams and Jonathan Wall.
Oh.
You want to stay right here. Yeah, but you were supposed to be at Mar-a-Lago, which was I thought was the primo spot.
Listen, Don, I would have liked to be there too, but I don't want to cry about it, because you know what? I still do my job.
It's not your party, so you don't need to cry about it if you want to.
You know, I still do my job. In fact, I think sometimes when you show that you're willing to put your neck out there, you find more sources and more people come to you.
Oh, you think I don't know that?
You know that better than anyone, right? Exactly.
Tara, you're the best.
Thank you.
Go do your thing. If you get anything, come back later.
Okay. I'll keep watching the show too.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
cheers.
Look,
Bye,
we're
guys.
so tight here. Can we zoom in a little so that she's on camera? Can you hear me? These guys can't hear me. Can you zoom in a little so that she's not on camera? It's so loud here. You can't hear me.
Yeah, we do.
No, my own. Oh my God. No, you guys can hear. If you guys only knew how loud it is. If I did not have these headphones, I would be dead. It's so quiet here. Noise reducing headphones are amazing. So listen,
yes,
Godfrey,
sir,
and Lauren. The bros may not be coming out. They could be sitting on their couches smoking weed. Really?
They're watching MMA fights.
Playing Twitch. They're like on doing some game on Twitch.
There's a serious match on right now. It's a better fight. MMA.
We got the networks on behind you. We're going to be watching them to see exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
But hey, Peter Driscoll, that was a risky bet on the Trump folks' part. I think that a safer bet, always women, always older people, always educated.
Yes.
The more educated crowd,
Yes.
people who are motivated to go to the polls. Godfrey is agreeing with that, and Leader, do you agree with that as well?
I do agree with that. I mean, I think absolutely. We need women to turn out. Because when you think about what's at stake in this election, I think the vice president has done such a great job really just making the closing argument for freedom. And I think that's something that particularly relates to women right now, particularly with abortion access being on the ballot.
So where are you now? Where's your head? What do you think? Would we have these states coming in, the really critical ones that everyone's concerned about, or that nothing happening? What's going on? Lauren,
We lost you, but you're back.
Leader Driscoll.
Yeah.
I'm back now. Yeah, just so you guys know, look, there's media from all over the world here. Can you just hold on? I'm gonna have to. Even my own camera guy can't hear me. I'm just gonna pan around so you guys can see. Look at this. I mean,
bananas.
That is it's crazy. It's bananas. And again, can you guys even hear the music?
Yeah,
on
we
my microphone?
can.
Is it really loud on my microphone?
No, you're good. You sound real good right now.
Oh, it's good now.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I think because they stopped singing.
Just pull in a little bit, tighten up the shot so it's not so.
Hurry up before they get
there
another song.
I know the song on,
I have
right?
to hop now, but I'm so glad.
That's great.
There,
That's
Don.
great. Yeah. So, Leader Driscoll, that was a risky bet, and as we were saying, it's better to bet on certain demographics that usually show up to the polls and not young people, because as I was going on college campuses, I'm sure you guys saw all of my stuff. People were like, I don't know if I'm going to vote. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't like both candidates. And it's mostly the young folks.
Well, you know what, though? I've been seeing some of the college campuses in Florida overperforming, which is magnificent. There's been a lot of sad news coming out of Florida. I mean, they've already called Florida for President Trump, which is unfortunate.
And Rick Scott.
And for Rick Scott, which is unfortunate. But I'll tell you that there was a lot of heart and soul put into Florida this cycle. Even though we weren't perceived as a swing state, we didn't get the same investment as a state like Michigan or Georgia. There was a lot of effort put into young people. So I think overall, at least I hope, based on what I saw on the college campuses that I toured today, that we'll see a greater turnout with young people. But yes, Don, I think you're right. I mean, the theory of the case was all about freedom, and we've seen reproductive freedom on the line.
Please welcome the president of Howard University.
Yeah. Lauren, this is your thing that you do all the time. I see you on MSNBC. You come on the program. You were a part of another digital program. But I think any metrics that we thought, or any demographic that we thought was a sure demographic for any of the candidates, for both of the candidates, not necessarily this time. So I'm wondering, like, are polls even, are they legitimate right now? Can we count on them?
Well, look, I mean, what has been reliable and has been reliable for the last 40 years has been women voters. I mean, they do turn out, and they reliably turn out. So, that's not a surprise. And I think that's why, when we saw the data out of Iowa this weekend, a lot of us who do this were like, yeah, duh. We've been seeing this since Trump was elected in 2016. Like, not just women showing up, but like women overperforming. I agree with Leader Driscoll. I think we're seeing on a lot of the campuses pretty high turnout. We'll see how Pennsylvania shakes out, but some of the early reporting, both from North Carolina and Pennsylvania, is that campus turnout has been through the roof. I think the young people, and they flipped 2020, right? Like, Biden won in 20 because of young voters. And I think that's going to be, if Harris does, what I think she may do tonight, a lot of that will also be because of young voters. But look, non-college educated white dudes, especially like under 40, they're not reliable, and they're called low propensity voters for a reason. And the Trump campaign didn't do the groundwork. Like, if you're going to turn out people who don't get, I mean, did you hear Trump on the stump tell your fat husband to get off the even he knew they weren't getting up.
I mean, crazy. It's crazy.
I mean, he knew they weren't going to get off their asses. Like,
Trump,
come on.
Trump, he's so funny. He's ridiculous, but he just says
ridiculous.
some fun.
But like, they knew. I mean, he always telegraphs what he actually knows, which is like, they're not showing up. And the problem is they never had a real ground game. So like, they're not going to get people out if they're not door knocking, and besides, as we said, a lot of those guys are, on Twitch, so they're not answering the door.
Godfrey, color you surprised.
I lost you, Don. Say it again.
Did you hear me? I said, Godfrey, you sound
Godfrey.
like color me surprised.
Yeah, right? It's like, and they're also on the Twitch and the Hub.
I don't even know what that is. I'm too female for that. What is it?
And the Hub. I'm not going to say the first part.
It starts with the P.
They're on the P Hub, baby. On the P Hub.
I thought that was OnlyFans. Okay,
Xbox, OnlyFans, the P Hub,
Okay.
Yeah, man, I thought you ran off to D.C. to be better than us. What was that?
Well, look, if had I known that it was going to be this many issues, but you know what? You can't turn that down, even with the connectivity.
Of course not.
And
this is what you do, man.
And I'm trying to right now actually get back onto my breaking news site because it kicked me off here. So who knows?
Well, big breaking news: Trump won Alabama. I don't think you're surprised.
Is that breaking news? Are you kidding me?
No, Sweet Home Alabama. You mean tell me they voted
Are we
for
surprised? The red states are staying so far pretty red.
No way, man.
I mean, it would be breaking news if Kamala Harris won. You know what I'm saying?
Just let's watch. You don't know. Some things may happen. We don't know. It's still early.
Come on, you would have thought all that good football you guys are getting.
I know, right? I don't even know about football.
All
and
that
I
good
know that they
football,
won.
Tuscaloosa, Roll Tide, and War Eagle. You would have thought I'd have
You know, it's interesting. We're very happy guys too, because I think we're the place where people can come so they don't have to like look at every single poll that's coming
No,
in.
everyone I know
think
is
it's better
stress
to.
eating and drinking. Like the problem is like it was just Halloween, so everyone has like a lot of candy sitting around. So like
Well,
it's gonna be gone.
we love that we have our lemon heads. Some of our folks who love to be on there, part of the Lemon Nation. Can we talk to some of these guys, producers? Who should we talk to? Who do we have? What lemon head do we have? Do we have a lemon head in Florida who can tell us about the anxiety there and how they feel about that? Do we have one in Alabama?
Yes, we do. Vicky here is in Palm Beach, Florida, and we're going to bring her up so she can explain.
Hi, Vicky from Palm Beach, Florida, Lemonhead. Talk to us. Would you have any questions for me, for Godfrey, or for Lauren? And how do you feel about Florida going towards Donald Trump? Did you think it was possibly going to go for Kamala Harris, Vicky?
I will talk from my wish, and I wish Kamala wins. Honestly, I don't think Florida is a complete Trump place. Unfortunately, so here we have a lot of Latinos, and I don't know what is going on with Latinos. They put on a side their dignity, the respect for themselves, and go vote for somebody who consider us like a poison for this country, like trash, and all the bad that could happen comes from us. Either if you are a citizen or you are a migrant that is not with a legal status, okay? So it's so sad to see. I'm from Colombia originally, and I'm so sad to see how many people from my country that we know how to live under the pressure of a corrupt government, and all of us, independent of the way that you arrive in this country, you came here to see for a better future, not just for yourself. For my daughters, for your friends, for everybody, and for your family there, because we send money there.
Vicky, stand by. Lauren, what do you have?
News,
Stand by, Vicky.
Hey, Don,
Stand by, Vicky. Go ahead, Lauren.
just really important, like aside from Florida going to Trump, the abortion rights amendment failed, for those who haven't followed it. So that means that the 6-week abortion ban remains in place in Florida. It is the only state so far of all of the states that have had abortion amendments that has not passed it.
Yeah. Vicky, what do you think about that?
I am absolutely agree that as I'm telling you, it's so sad that to see a state that is with a huge amount of people that is not American voting for this type of stuff. We need to reconsider our choices and our priorities here.
Well, that's what's on the line. That's why it's so important, Vicky. And we're so glad that thank you for being such a loyal supporter, being a Lemonhead. And so stand by. We're going to get to as many folks as possible.
I love you with all my heart, Don Lemon. You can't even imagine how much.
Thank you so much. Oh, I love you guys too. Let's bring in Tara Setmeyer, my friend, who is the co-founder of the Seneca Project. Hey, so you're watching, you're sitting here, you've been listening to us. By the way, the Seneca Project, you're killing it. You guys are killing it. I'm so proud of you, of this work that you've done. We've got Lauren Leader, we've got Godfrey, and we've got all the Lemonheads who are joining us. You can see them from their homes in states, many of them swing states. What do you have for us, Tara? Tell us what you think about tonight.
Well, I have thoughts on a few things. First of all, thank you for the acknowledgement of the Seneca Project, and our closing anthem ad, American Girl, has gone uber viral, and we are so proud of that. My co-founder, Michelle Kinney, and I came up with the idea months ago, and to see it come to fruition with our incredible editing team and written and performed by Laura Bell Bundy, the Tony-nominated actress, and her team. It's just been amazing to be in this moment right now because, as you know, the Seneca Project is a women's organization, and we believe that women are going to save this democracy. And based on what we've seen tonight and the early voting, totals that have been coming in, and the collective freak out that seems to be happening on Twitter with the MAGA bros begging and pleading that they drag their friends to the polls today. I guess Elon Musk's get out the vote operation isn't going so well. Whoever would have guessed that? I'm sorry, my money's always going to be on women. So anyway, so there's that. I'm also looking at I just heard Lauren say, and Lauren's a good friend, and it's good to see you, Godfrey, big fan, and love the video you put out recently talking about black men and what happened down in South Carolina.
Yes.
Man, that was, that brought me to tears, by the way. That whole
and with South Carolina, and that's where the Gamecocks are in the SEC. He probably was going to go to a football game right after that.
Right, of course.
They're dancing behind us, by the way.
All of that. But the announcement that the abortion ballot failed in Florida, I'm not surprised about that, frankly, because of what Ron DeSantis has been doing in Florida. They sued they were trying to sue television stations to stop running certain pro-choice ads there. They were illegally using government money to try to defeat that ballot and confuse people. There was a huge effort to undermine what was going on there in Florida that was coming straight from the top there at the governor's office. It was very corrupt what they did. They were also confusing people about what the ballot language meant. Lauren knows this because, she works on these issues too. And what was going on there in Florida around that ballot initiative was really, really unsavory. So I'm not surprised that it didn't fail. And they also, I believe they raised the threshold on how they, what can pass for an amendment there. It had to be 60%. It wasn't 50+1. So Florida's going to Florida. The Democrats have a long way to go there. It's been 25 years of Republican investment in Florida, and the Democrats are really, really behind the curve.
There's no ground game there.
There's none.
No
it's a mess.
Infrastructure.
It's a mess. So hopefully lessons will be learned, and I think that because of Ron DeSantis and his extremism in Florida, that was a wake-up call, and that the Democrats are going to start investing more and try to turn things around down there. But
and there was a huge demographic shift too, right? Which was just so hard to overcome. After that COVID. Was amplified after COVID.
Yep.
Just a massive influx of, formerly blue state Republicans moving to Florida to live free and die, and, blah, blah, blah. So.
Yep. Yeah. And then, on top of that, you also have the Cuban community there, which has always been traditionally Republican.
Yeah.
They're not going anywhere. That's a very confusing thing for me because they should know what illiberalism looks like, and yet they gravitate toward Trump, who is like the quintessential authoritarian.
Well,
it's so odd.
Rubio
can I ask you guys this? Please. Can I jump in here and ask you, Lauren, and maybe Whitney Tilson has joined us, an activist and a Democratic. I don't know. Can I call you a donor? I don't know what you want me to call you, Whitney. But
donor activist.
Donor activist. Okay, so listen, who's better to answer this? Then why are people always saying, "Oh, Florida's in play, Texas is in play, we could win," and then it never really happens.
Well, I mean, it's hard to raise money on.
Don't all answer at once.
No, I mean, that's basically it. It's like you can't raise money on saying, there's no chance these candidates are a waste of your money. I mean, you just can't. You have to, play the field. But, I mean, look, I think that's the right answer. And it's driven me crazy that in both Texas and Florida, not just the congressional races, but, the state ledges, you've got, 30 to 40% of the seats in both the Texas state legislature and the Florida state legislature that run completely unopposed. Nobody runs from the Democratic side because they're so not competitive, and it's been gerrymandered. But you have to take a shot at it. I mean, we'll see what happens with Colin Allred. I don't think he's going to win, but they build their ground game that way.
I was hoping that he won. I mean, come on, Ted.
Well, we don't know.
We don't know. It's done. It's early. It's early.
I hope he wins.
Florida.
What'd you say?
No, I'm saying that Senate race is a hell of a lot closer than Florida. Mm-hmm. So, and Ted Cruz is one of the most reviled people in Washington, even by his own people. So, that's going to be an interesting race. I mean, Colin Allred's run a fantastic race. There's been a lot of money put into it. And women in Texas are pissed off. They're watching their sisters or their colleagues lose their fertility or die or go through horrible experiences because women's health care has been criminalized in Texas. That's ground zero for it. And so, Republican women need reproductive health care and get abortions too.
Oh, wow. Whitney,
Yeah.
you and I have communicated with you more than I think my husband is like, wait, are you leaving me for Whitney? I'm like, no, because we're like texting in the middle of the night, whatever. Happy birthday, by the way, everyone. Wish
Thank you.
Whitney a happy birthday.
Wow.
Happy birthday.
Election baby.
I saw you.
What do
you
you
were
want
at
for your birthday?
game with your wife
Yeah.
and your family, right? Where were you? Was it a basketball game?
Yeah, I was. My daughter scored us courtside seats at the Nets game last night. My actual birthday was last Friday, but taking a page from my daughter's handbook, I'm having a week-long series of birthdays.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So what do you have for us,
for a
Whitney?
month? So
Yeah.
Oh, I know, right?
Well,
When I turn a certain age, it'll be all year. But go on.
excuse me.
What do you have for me, Whitney?
What I'm seeing right now is the early results. The Trump people are probably happy. It's still very preliminary, but
Yeah.
the margins by which he won in Florida and the margins by which Harris is winning in New Hampshire and Virginia, both states that she will win. But in the early going, you're sort of looking at margins. And Trump won Florida, and Harris is winning Virginia and New Hampshire by lesser margins. Trump won by a greater margin, and so the hoped-for blue wave, I think, is likely off the table. And the betting sites are responding. The New York Times Needle has Trump up in the high 50s, still in toss-up category. Interestingly, Nate Silver has Harris, still at 51%. He's sort of the outlier here, but the betting sites are all 60 to 70% chance of a Trump victory. So I'm worried right now, frankly.
You are worried.
Two words, red mirage.
Red mirage.
Yep.
Okay. Why does he always overperform? It seems like he does. I mean, I don't know if he's doing it now, but just from what you were saying, it seems like there's an overperformance again.
I don't know though. We'll see. We're hearing that there's been insane turnout in Philadelphia, in those areas,
Michigan,
in Pennsylvania,
too.
And in Michigan,
Yeah.
where they were worried potentially. So those are must-win states. I mean, no one's shocked that Trump won Florida, and it doesn't really matter how much Kamala Harris wins Virginia by, as long as she wins. All you need is 50+1. I think that when it comes to Pennsylvania, the demographics there, considering that there's 470,000 Puerto Rican voters there, Puerto Rican Americans that are very upset about what Donald Trump's folks said at that fascist palooza rally they had last Sunday. That those kinds of things motivate people, and the ground game has been pretty extraordinary for the Democrats. I mean, Republicans used to have a better ground game, and they outsourced it this time. So it always comes down to get out the vote. Rallies do not translate into who's actually going to go to vote. So, I mean, I'm a little more optimistic right now, based on what we're seeing as far as turnout in places like Pennsylvania, where they've really made the effort, versus what's happening in Florida. But I mean, we'll see. And also what's happening in North Carolina.
Yeah, she's up in Bucks County right now, it looks like, which was like a critical place for them. One thing which I haven't verified, but on Colin Allred, since we were just talking about it, Harris County, which is where Houston is, right? So it's like the population center in Texas, the urban population center. 72% of the vote is in, and Allred is winning the county by 116,000 votes, but that is lower than what O'Rourke won in 20. So I don't know. I mean, 18, right? 6 years ago. So, I mean, I don't know what that means. It's too early to know, but just some of these numbers are a little all over the place.
Is it with the same amount reported?
Oh, I don't know. I don't
that
know.
matters.
This is it's always so hard to get into every detail of this early.
Wow, we have a lot of folks joining us. Monique Presley is with us. Monique, are you there? I see Monique is running her mouth. Where are you, and what are you doing? I know that you were in Pennsylvania last night at the rally. And
I was, but I'm back in DC, and of course, very soon, I will be at the Mecca where you are. But I am in downtown in studio. I was doing Roland show just for the first hour in studio, and I can't wait to be.
Look at this crowd, guys.
I can't wait to be there.
You see that?
It looks good. It's
Wait till the marching band comes through.
Oh, there's a marching band. Oh,
I mean, it's Howard. They're gonna have
I know.
It's gonna be drumline.
Look, just so you know,
amazing.
these are like the VIP folks right here. That where we're looking here, and then there's another section over here which is VIP, which I imagine will be Democratic. And I showed them earlier, guys. Look at this. This is crazy. So all of that over there, that's all of those like light things you see.
It's all media.
All media.
Wow.
Like all media, and then all media down the line.
You're not going to see that at Trump's headquarters, since they are kicking people out because they wrote stories that were critical of them. Just a preview of what another Trump term would look like. It's crazy.
Well, no, what I love about it is the Vice President has taken Howard University, my
Doing a little fancy camera work.
alma mater,
Hey, how you doing?
around the world. And what she's chosen to do now is bring the world to the Mecca.
I'm in the wrong
And so I'm very excited about that.
It's
As
really
a
special.
Howard Law grad, I am prouder than proud.
How much money do you
Tell us-
have on her wearing pearls tonight? I think we know there'll be pearls.
I'm not placing any bets on anything.
Come on, you know she's gonna wear her AK pearls. That's not like a hard call.
Uh-huh.
I have no idea.
20 pearls. 20 pearls.
Come on, even I know that.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah. So tell us about last night. Monique. What's up? Take us there. What happened?
Well, here's the thing that meant the most to me. I mean, it's the Rocky Steps. There were two things that stood out to me. I've been to multiple rallies, and if someone hasn't said it already, I just want to say, before we know anything about the results tonight, that the Harris campaign team has done as fine a job as I have seen done, as close to flawless of a rollout with as short a period of time. And last night was another example of that. I mean, the production of that event was insane.
Let me tell you this, Monique. See, we're the yard behind me. We were here, I think, Monday or Tuesday. I think it was Monday or Tuesday of last week. And then 2 days later, she announced that she was going to be here on the yard. And then, which was Thursday or Friday, and here we are, right? And they said they were building the plane as they were flying it, like all of this, but it couldn't be any more perfect. It's amazing to see this transformation from the yard with nobody on it except for the students to this right now. And then to go on the steps of the museum last night, as we call them, the Rocky Steps, and that to be flawless. I mean, wow.
Well,
and
we watched while we were watching the show, like 500 people appeared at the back of the steps, like mid-show. I don't know where the heck they came from. It seemed like they raised up. I mean, it was while Ricky Martin was performing. But my point in saying all that, though, Don, is that behind where it was stationed, behind like where all you could see was the Jumbotron, thousands and thousands and thousands of people who just wanted to be a part of it. They weren't hoping to be able to see with their own eyes what was happening on stage. They weren't hoping to be able to shake the VP's hand. They knew that this was a history moment, and it was important enough for them to wait hours in line and to be in dropping temperatures and be excited about being there. And that's converting, because the lines in Philly to vote today, and I canvassed for about 6 hours before the event last night, and let me tell you, they're locked in. They're locked in.
I can attest to that. I was there too last night, and it was absolutely incredible. The atmosphere, the tens of thousands of people who were there, and it just felt very welcoming. People were joyful. They were, it was just, the vibe was something to behold and to be a part of that. And, between Ricky Martin and Lady Gaga's powerful rendition of God Bless America, and then at the end, people were hugging each other. Women were crying because she was acknowledging this moment for women. Like, Oprah bringing Kamala out. Like, it was the whole thing. And the people coming in the back, the the imagery of it. It was straight out of a page of like, Michael Deaver's book on on how to present optics. It was a hell of a way to close out her campaign rounds. It was really something special.
Well,
I see Dave Ehrenberg. I'm told, though, that we also have Chris Melissa. But hi, Dave. Welcome. Monique, finish your thought.
I was just going to say to Tara's point that I FaceTimed my daughter when Lady Gaga was singing that song. In college, the first time general election voter in Ohio. She said Ohio is showing up blue numbers early because they're on campus voting. She's fully taking credit for that. But when Lady Gaga was singing "I'm on the Edge for You," I had my daughter on FaceTime and was showing her the moment, and you saw so much of that. It's not a hate rally.
No,
it's not. It's an everybody can come in here. There's room for everybody here type thing.
Yeah. Dave, are you in Palm Beach? Is it Palm Beach County State's attorney?
Don, it's good to be with you. Yes, there was no surprise here in Florida. Florida's a red state. In fact, I think a reason why other states have turned bluer in the blue wall and other states because we have siphoned away a lot of the most MAGA of all the voters down here to Florida. So you're welcome, rest of the country. I think Trump's here at Mar-a-Lago having his party, but winning Florida is not indicative, doesn't tell you anything about the rest of the country. We have become redder. In fact, even Palm Beach County, which is traditionally a blue county, is hanging by a thread, staying blue. I mean, Kamala Harris, I think, is up by like 1.5 points here. My successor, who I've been really working hard for, Alexia Cox, Democrat for state attorney, is up by 0.5%. That's why I'm late. I've been with her. We're on pins and needles, but I think we're going to make it through. But yes, don't read anything into Florida numbers. Florida is on an island on itself. We are red, getting redder. And I don't think it has any resonance to the rest of the country.
Hey, Dave, can I ask you a question, Don?
They thought that Kamala Harris was going to win Florida. I mean, it was just like, wow, that would be great.
Yeah, no. Wait, can I ask Dave a question?
Of course.
Yeah, Dave, so I was just curious because Tara and I were just talking before you came on about the abortion rights ballot initiative, which looks like it's going to be the only state in the country that doesn't affirm abortion rights. And Tara was pointing out, some of the hanky-panky, to put it nicely, that the governor has played with the abortion ballot initiative, intimidating the press around it, et cetera. How much do you think, is that it was inevitable because of the demographics of the state versus, pressure from DeSantis and Republicans to kind of skew the process around that? Because it will make it the only state in the country that hasn't affirmed abortion rights, including other red states.
Well, keep in mind that unlike other states, Florida requires 60%, 60 to pass.
Right.
This is getting 57.5%, so it's so close. But DeSantis did put his thumb on the scale. He used taxpayer funds to fund ads against the abortion measure, and they put out a lot of misleading stuff that I think confused people. And that's all you need to switch things the other way. Plus, they had people go to houses, law enforcement go to individuals who signed the petition to their houses to see if they really meant to do it. So, and then he threatened TV stations for running some of the ads. So, yes, the governor did his best, and that could be the difference between 57.5% and 60%. Meanwhile, though, his 6-week abortion ban is very unpopular, 75% against it. So we'll make another run at it. It's not over.
Do you think that? Go ahead, Don. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go for it. I want to make sure that Godfrey gets in because I got some questions. We all have some questions for you, Godfrey.
For me?
Yeah, I want to know something. I got to.
I don't care. No, kidding.
Well, let me ask you this because I want to talk about the manosphere, the brosphere, and you are very connected to that particular group. Not that you are one of those. And you have witnessed what has happened just over the past couple of months, really the past couple of years, to get that demographic involved. That demographic feeling like it's disenfranchised in society. Most of them sort of young white males. You have some black men and men of color in there, but mostly it's like young white males. What's up with that? What's going on? At the moment that people believe that could change this or would change this would be the Tony Hinchcliffe. Right? The Madison Square Garden moment.
Yeah.
Take us inside of that. What's up with that?
Like the young white males?
Well, no, it's mostly comedians.
Well, yeah.
It's like the Hinchcliffes, yeah, and the,
Well,
and the
you know,
Joe Rogan, who's a
Hinchcliffe,
comedian,
I know Hinchcliffe. I've done his show before, and the stuff he did was not surprising. He goes in like that all the time. He's a roaster. He's not really. He's a stand-up, but his show, Kill Tony, is huge. He sold out Madison Square Garden like a couple of weeks ago, and it's a massive show, and it's all he does is roast. So that's his thing. So when he talked about the Puerto Rican thing, and he said stuff about black people and
You got the
Jewish
Jews
people,
too.
and the
You
Jewish,
got
of
them
course,
all.
the Jewish people, and people just kind of brushed off of that, and they were like, the Puerto Ricans, what? And I guess because Jews and black people always talked about and dogged, Puerto Ricans were a brand new thing all of a sudden. And my thing is that too, as a comedian, I'm like, and we talk about it on stage, you say, well, all of a sudden Puerto Ricans are mad and they're voting for, I mean, what if he never said that? Was the vote going to still go to, you know what I mean? So did it take that for you to go, oh yeah, Kamala? I mean,
I think it did for a lot of people. That was shocking.
Yes.
I was like, you guys are just finding out that.
Right, that he's a bigot.
Yeah, but he was throwing paper towels at you before that too.
That was
And you
6
still-
years ago. A lot of
and you
people
st-
have
and you
short
still-
memories.
They have short memories.
And my thing is this: I have a lot of polarizing material about Puerto Rico, and not just those islands that have people that look like me and the man in the middle that are Puerto Rican. You know, there's complexion differences. There's all of those things. The intra fighting amongst different ethnicities within Puerto Rico. And I just thought it was a little, even with Fat Joe, he made a great speech. He goes, where's our pride? Like, why did it take this? Why did it take this for us to switch over to Kamala, you know? It's very interesting.
Well,
She's
it
way
is
up
very
in,
interesting. Just a little update.
Yeah.
So the electoral count right now, 99 for Harris, 120 for Trump, pretty close. Up as we know, 270 that they need. And so let's see. I think the
She's up
states-
in Michigan, down in North
She's up in
Carolina.
Michigan. Yeah. North Carolina, Pennsylvania. Let's see. The presidential race between Donald Trump, obviously, and Kamala Harris likely to be decided. You know, between these swing states, it's going to be North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, Arizona. But again, where we are now, we've got the Democrats have Maryland, they've got Rhode Island, they've got Connecticut, they've got New Jersey, they've got Delaware, and Maryland. And of course, the states that are usually go red, not surprising, Florida, South Carolina, Alabama, Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Kentucky, those are all pretty much the states that go red. Georgia is still up for grabs, so we'll see
Don.
what happens.
Did you all talk about the 2 new senators before I joined you?
Yes. No, but let's
yes,
do it,
we
Monique.
did
Let's
talk
talk about our 2 black female senators.
Oh, yeah?
First time in history to have 2 black women in the Senate together.
Wait, that's the first time?
Yes, sir.
I'm so tired of first.
Yeah.
The last
Where you been, Godfrey?
No, I know, I've been around, but I'm tired of first.
was the vice president.
That's right.
And so, yes, as of tonight, there is Senator-elect Lisa Blunt-Rochester and a Senator-elect Angela also.
They're both amazing women. It's so exciting. I had the best fun thing last weekend, which is that I was at Spelman homecoming with my daughter, and Angela, also Brooks's daughter, who's a junior at Spelman, was our tour guide. And she is like absolutely amazing. Like their whole family is incredible. It's like a little bit of magic in the evening.
Well, history, yes.
Herstory, sir. Herstory.
Herstory, I'm sorry.
Don, you couldn't have said it better than that's so impressive.
Herstory.
Tara, how you feel? Tara, have you had last time we were on, remember? We were toasting your booth.
Yes,
Sorry.
I have them still with me.
And
I'm still here.
I had a drink. You had a drink.
I still do.
And that's what I was going to ask you.
Are you kidding me? I got the bottle right here.
Oh, man.
Shout out to my board member, Denver Riggleman, former congressman. This is his distillery, Silverback Distillery in Afton, Virginia. Amazing honey whiskey. And his wife runs the distillery, Christine. They're award winning. So yes, I am ready, prepared for the evening.
Are you going to share? We need you to share.
I know.
I'm
Listen,
sure Dave is in Florida. He needs a drink.
I would be happy to share.
I feel like Dave
Tara,
has
you know,
probably
if
been
I
drinking
would-
for the last 9
Go
years.
ahead, Dave. Go ahead, Dave.
I could use. No, I mean, look, there's a big party going on in Mar-a-Lago right now, and Elon Musk is there, and Robert F. Kennedy is there, and nothing would be better. Nothing would be better than to spoil their party. It would be amazing. It's like serving an arrest warrant for Rudy Giuliani's 80th. That's the kind of bullshit I want.
Wait, Godfrey, isn't that your boys?
Who?
What? That's not your boys?
No, I would like a nice hurricane to come by there, but okay.
Oh,
what?
okay.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay, all right already. That's what I do. I'm sorry.
Too soon.
Yeah, that's a. Don't say the H word.
Don't say the H word. No, I'm talking about the Miami Hurricanes, the football team.
Just so you know, we're going to change camera positions just real quickly. So it's just going to happen live. Don't worry about it. And we just did it. You guys barely knew it.
Can we just have like 1 minute of contemplating the terror that is the idea that RFK Jr. might be put in charge of things related to, wait for it, women's health?
Wow.
No.
Well, he's
I don't
got some
want to.
experience. And
Yeah.
So if you want to really, I mean, I think you need like a drink just to think about that.
I mean, listen, this is why women are so motivated, because we understand the assignment. We've been paying attention. That's why men aren't as motivated. The young men, the bros they're going after, because it's never applied to them. They've never had to be worried about the system not working for them. And then when, until now, then all of a sudden they're like, oh, well, but am I going to get up and actually go vote? I don't know. So it's a scary prospect, not only for us as women, but for the entire country and anyone who believes in democracy. But 20% of Americans apparently don't have a problem with Hitler, which would explain
Why
why
was there a
we're
shift to RFK? Why did he shift? Why did he shift? Why did RFK shift, Don?
Because nobody else would give him the time of day.
Lauren,
Anybody
you tell
can
them. Here's the thing. This is what you need to tell them. Sometimes somebody is a key opener. Sometimes it is the shortest line to the front. You know what I mean? And whatever it takes to get you to the front of the line.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Just ask Lindsey Graham.
Yeah. Is that me? That's so loud?
Yes.
Yeah, that's you, Don.
Oh my gosh, it is.
But I gotta
bumping
jump,
here.
guys. I've gotta go
jamming.
do another hit. But
Where
I
you
love
going?
all.
Come back, Tara.
She's leaving us for
I might come
Jonathan
back
Wall.
later, but I gotta jump
man.
later.
It's the liquor.
See you later.
No, it's not.
All right, we'll see you, Tara.
Bye.
So listen, something is going on as well because I'm hearing myself and I wasn't hearing myself before. Did someone have a key? No, there we go. It's fixed now. It is so loud. It's guys. This stage is rattling and bumping where I am.
That's why I started dancing, and Lauren was like, "Why is she?" I'm like, "Don's got my music in the background."
I can hear it. Yeah. So where do we go from here in the evening? I think it's good to just sort of chill out, talk. We can talk shit if we want to.
Yeah.
Here. And I mean, and the perfect person to talk shit about is Ben Glebe.
Benny!
Last week on Earth podcast, and friend of me, Ben Glebe.
Ben, good friend.
I thought you were going to be saying.
Godfrey, do you and Ben know each other?
What? Me and Ben know each other 20 years.
Yes, we do. Yes,
Yes,
we do.
the
We have
comedy
too many
circuit for a
secrets
long
of each other to talk shit to each other live. We have mutually assured destruction. I also thought, Don, you were going to say Ben Glebe, the perfect person to talk shit, and it was a compliment. Then to talk shit to, deeply hurtful. Deeply hurtful, Don.
Well, it's both.
Yeah.
I mean, to talk shit about.
Well, Ben. Ben was going to run for
Godfrey.
president. He was going to run for president, remember?
I did
you
run.
did
Don
run
knows
for
that.
president.
We made a video. I made a video for the guy.
Yep. And then clearly Godfrey kept up with the campaign after because he didn't know I actually ran. I finished 15th for the Democrats out of 250 campaigns, but no big deal, Godfrey. It's all good.
Yeah. Who got more votes, you or Jake?
I think I did. I actually made it onto a ballot, so I definitely beat my boss over at the Young Turks for sure. I also beat Kamala in Coos County, New Hampshire in 2020, so just for the record.
Well, it is Coos County. Those Cooses. Why did you run for president, Ben?
I ran because in 2020 I didn't think that normal politicians were going to beat him. I was watching the early debates, and they were just cautious
shot
career
froze, by the
politicians. Yeah,
Hear you, but
and
your shot froze.
what's that? My shot froze? Oh, weird.
Your shot froze, but we can hear you. Go on.
Okay, how about now? So,
yeah, there it is.
I didn't think that you could beat Trump with traditional politicians. He's the greatest heckler in political history, and I thought to take down a heckler, you need a comedian. Godfrey and I know that better than anybody. That's the way you take down shit talkers, is with professional shit talkers. And that's why I ran. I wanted to, it was my little bit of sacrifice for the country to spend a year derailing my career and trying to whatever I could to beat Trump. I didn't get to do that, but I ended up getting to informally advise the Biden campaign in 2020 on his debate strategy. And if you remember, Biden came out real strong in those last two debates against Trump, was real aggressive. He was like, shut up, man, and was crisp. A far cry from Biden in his debate performance in this cycle.
Yo, Joe Rogan was mad at you when you ran, right?
Yes, he was.
He was very
talking shit to me. Joe Rogan said
Why was he mad
that if I won, if I asked him to have me on the podcast, he thought it was ridiculous to have a comedian run for president, not aware of global politics, that Zelensky in Ukraine is a comedian, was a comedian before he won, considered hero of the world, but no big deal, Joe. So he didn't have me on, goes on his podcast, talks shit to me, says if I were to win the presidency, we would all be effed. I don't know how much we can cuss here. And then he goes on 3 months later on his podcast with no memory, probably too much DMT. He goes on his podcast and he says, what we need is a comedian to beat Trump.
Wow.
Which was exactly what I pitched him, and he forgot it completely. And of course, now he's endorsing Trump. So Joe's all over the map per usual.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
what happened with that? What was it? Can you guys explain this sort of? I mean, we're getting a little bit off here as we watch the polls, but there's nothing that's been, except the Republicans. Donald Trump has won more states. Let's see. Do you guys really want to know this? Should I be giving you poll results?
I mean, I have it open right here. It's like I'm watching it.
You
as
do?
it comes. North Carolina, she's down right now.
Well, yeah, North Carolina. Well, I'm telling Florida.
I mean,
South
basically,
Carolina, North Carolina
MS is
has
saying
not been
6
had.
states are too early.
Well, Texas is there. They've called Texas, by the way.
Yeah, but they didn't call the Allred race, did they? I don't think so.
I don't think they called it already. So
Let me take a wild guess which presidential candidate won Texas.
Right, shocker.
Guessing Donald Trump.
It's 177 now to 99.
Oof.
I'm hearing myself. I don't know what happened, but I can hear myself now.
Yeah, but there
Did you
hasn't been a
change
swing
something?
state called yet. So,
Right.
I mean, these are all the
There's
expected.
I hear
six
something.
states that
I hear
haven't been
myself in
called.
my ear.
All the usual suspects. Okay.
That's why, I mean, that's why they talk about the red mirage, right? This happens every 4 years.
Yeah.
Where like early results come in and they heavily favor Trump. And then you've got like 6 or 7 states, all the battleground states that will be hours and hours till they're called. So, you know, it gives people agita. I mean, the New York Times, you know, front page, 177 to 99. But then you've got, you know, these huge states that have not yet been called. Virginia's not called. I mean, it's a long list.
Okay.
Virginia, Pennsylvania,
Yeah.
Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri. I mean, none of these states have been called. Georgia, North Carolina, etc.
It just looks like blood is being spilled all over the map.
It does, which is why people are texting me.
It
that
looks
they're
like
taking
we're bleeding to death. You know?
Okay, literally every text coming in. This is more stressful than I thought.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the dogs.
Some well-known people texting me, I'm having PTSD from 2016. Like, everybody's freaking out.
They shouldn't.
It's so. Ugh.
Yeah, but it's early states. I'm like, are we wondering who's going to win Alabama
Right.
as well? I mean,
Right.
it's pretty clear.
I know, but it's just Democrats
closing
love
some of
to,
these
you know,
states
we
out.
love to freak out.
All the yeehaw.
That's what we do. We're stress cases.
Also, Don just left, so this is like Dad and Mom have left the party.
I think I'm in charge
we get
now.
to run amok.
Don
Let's
is gone.
drinking.
He gave up. He gave up on the whole thing.
Oh my God.
He gave up early.
Don's sound. It's the noise behind
Did
him.
you guys talk
Yeah,
about these bomb threats before I came
No.
on?
Do you have some updates on that, Monique? Can you talk about it? And maybe Dave, into what you're
they
hearing?
extended voting
In Georgia, right?
In Georgia for the affected precincts. People who were in line can stay in line, and they're going to end up getting provisional ballots. But of course, these threats, the government has now said, are coming from Russian origination type bots.
Oh boy.
And it's targeting majority black,
Of course.
black precincts, but there also was a bomb threat at the voting center, at the vote counting center in Pennsylvania. So that's where we are.
That's nice. I feel like it's a real strong sign for our democracy when one party seems to support Russia these days. That would be namely the party of Donald Trump, and then his boy is calling in bomb threats to. How about just win an election without suppressing the vote? How does that sound?
You know, I'll tell you, I would normally agree with you, but I've been watching a lot of the foreign interference. It feels like this cycle, it's just like general chaos injection. It's not all exclusively targeting Harris. There's been a lot targeting Harris. Like a lot of the deep fakes were foreign actor generated by Elon Musk and others. And a lot of the negative attacks seem to have been targeting her, but there has definitely been just more generalized chaos being injected into the system. And this time it's not just Russia, it's Iran, which is really interesting. And it's not necessarily clear who's Iran's dog in this fight. They just want to destabilize our elections, right? And because Russia proved in 2016 that they could do that pretty effectively, you've got other places like Iran that, Trump is so pro-Israel, that's a threat to Iran. I don't know. It's going to take us a while to sort this stuff out. But I'm glad you brought that up, Monique, because, that's their goal, is to disrupt our elections, to sow doubt, to make Americans doubt, the strength and validity of our elections. I mean, Dave, you've been dealing with all kinds of stuff.
I agree with
on
you.
Black communities. Yeah.
These are direct attacks on our democracy. These are direct attacks on the sanctity and the protection of the vote. These direct attacks are to benefit Donald Trump. It's not general chaos. They are aiming to prevent people from making it in and casting their votes in areas that would, which are frankly not would, but are going to Vice President Harris in large numbers. She's outperforming. I'm just looking at some of the numbers. She's outperforming President Biden in some of those areas in Georgia. So having that be interrupted at the time where people are getting off of work, trying to come to the polls when there's an hour left to come to the polls, I mean, it's hideous. It's insidious.
And there's been already, I mean, listen, all day today, Trump was putting out tweets saying that there was fraud in Philadelphia, all this stuff. So, I mean, he clearly wanted to target, heavily minority communities also. I mean, they've been doing this for years, right? Yeah. It's somehow my favorite part of this is there's widespread fraud, but there's never fraud as long as the vote is for me.
Right.
As long as it's it's Dave, you lived this for years, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
and all the other Republicans on the ballot who get elected, there was no fraud in their
they're all
ballot.
legit.
Right, just in the Trump race. You could have, based on what we're seeing, a 270-268 final vote here. If she sweeps the blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and New England second, which she's going to win, then it would be 270-268. And you can just hear already the cries from Trump world about fraud, and it will turn this country inside out. But we have to remain strong and know that they've been claiming fraud before the ballots were counted, because that's their strategy. And they even had Vladimir Putin do their best. We're not sure if there was collusion. We don't know. But Vladimir Putin clearly has a favorite in this race. And so hopefully things will pan out as we've expected all along. There's a long way to go.
Hey, Dave, can I ask you, because I always see you talk, you're always on with Joe, talking to my friends Joe and Mika when I'm not there for some reason. But anyway, can you, so what's going on with all of his cases? Because, this is also part of it, right? This whole question about, if he loses, does he go to jail? Obviously, a bunch of the, legal jeopardy for him runs through Florida and some of the, the documents case and all that stuff. I've lost track. I've lost track of all the things.
No matter what happens, Trump will be back in court in New York for his sentencing in the New York
Good.
case. So no matter win or lose.
Right, that's Tish's case, right? Yeah.
That's Alvin Bragg's
case.
Oh,
that's the Bragg case. Okay.
The criminal case. So he could get incarceration there, but if he's elected president, he'll be stayed. He won't serve any time, and he'll just run out the clock. If he loses, he's going to go on trial in all these cases. The Mar-a-Lago documents case, which will be brought back up. The D.C. election interference case. Not sure what's going to happen in Georgia and Fonnie Willis's case.
Yeah,
that's put on hold.
Like it's kind of floundering.
But this is why he's running. It's for all the marbles. It's for his freedom.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's good that a nation serves one person. I think that's a really good evolution. It's a good way to make sure we actually succeed in our politics, because then you only got to make one guy happy. So as long as Trump's happy in that dystopian future, he's a successful president in his own mind, and we should all support that.
Wow.
I got a question. What's up with the fake Melania? Was that a fake Melania?
Yeah, was there really a fake Melania?
Was that a
today?
fake Melania? Was that an AI? Oh, I think it might have been generated by Elon Musk. Was that a robot?
I didn't see that. Where was that?
Oh,
okay, there's massive conspiracy theory flying around.
There's a stunt double.
That it was not true Melania, because she was wearing
today at the polls?
sunglasses. Yes, go tweet it. Go look on Twitter, which is obviously where all the
wearing
truth happens.
sunglasses, big sunglasses, inside.
Obviously, all the real news is on X these days. But I'm just saying that it is trending on X, this question about is that real Melania or fake Melania?
I think it was
now
fake.
You're looking. Now
I think it's fake because she looked happy.
Yeah, well, that could be.
She looked happy. I go, you're not supposed to smile. You're bad acting. Bad acting.
I was walking
Maybe it's her
down
book
the...
sales.
Yeah, it's her
top in
book.
the charts. If she's happy about that.
You know what? I was walking down the street of Greenwich, Connecticut this weekend, and there was a woman walking in front of me. Monique, you will appreciate this, wearing the jacket that Melania wore to the border that says, "I really don't care. Do you?" Remember that? Which was possibly the worst fashion choice in the history of the world, except when she wore that fake safari colonialist hat when she went to Africa. But she's really good at offending people with her wardrobe. But anyway, so I'm walking through Greenwich.
But that girl can dress though. No.
She knows how to dress. No, Melania looks great.
I was not in favor of that jacket. That was a big mistake. But just in general, let me just be clear.
She looks good.
She's usually very fly. She's usually very fly.
Wait,
but
we
also,
have a new history maker, by
let
the
me
way.
be clear. She also knows how to undress from her past resume.
Oh,
All
boy.
respect.
All right.
All respect.
Speaking of
But she knows
polls,
how to
You're not
do it.
getting
Speaking of
the
polls,
No, we're not going full sexist here, guys.
No, listen. If it's not
speaking of
sexist,
polls,
hold on a
It's not
second. If there was a
sexist.
man, if there was a first gentleman who had a nude posing past,
hey, we tear up Donald Trump all day.
Their bodies.
We have a
Yes,
new
I'm
person
just-
here. Hello.
Hi.
let me just address
Awesome
these
glasses.
sexist claims. If Doug Emhoff had posed nude in his past,
Lemon is
We
the
have.
worst.
Can I just share some news so that we can get off of the Melania conversation, which is that Sarah McBride won her race, which is
Yay, Delaware.
totally history making.
You deserve it.
First trans person elected to Congress. So that's some news. Sarah McBride.
Probably.
Is
Okay.
Don ready?
Don, are you joining? Are you coming back to us? We have Angie and Jennifer.
if you're just joining us, I'm Don Lemon.
Don, you look like an air traffic controller.
Oh my God, they're
It is messy. Yo, this is so bad. You look like air traffic control, bro. Is that you rapping? Don's freestyling out there. He's supposed to be.
Something's
I feel
going
bad
on
for
with the
him.
signal.
I think it's good that Don decided to do the show from a parade. I think that was smart.
Who are the new ladies here? Looking all
I
awesome.
think they're Lemonheads, but I don't know.
Hi.
Go ahead. Why don't you guys talk while we're waiting for Don to rejoin the land of the show? Jennifer, you want to start?
Yeah, I'm Jennifer Welton, one of the co-hosts of I've Had It podcast.
All right.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Angie.
Thank you.
And I'm Angie, the other host of I've Had It podcast.
All right.
So how you feeling, ladies? How much
Not
drinking have you
good.
been doing?
None.
I'm a nervous wreck.
I'm
Yeah.
a wreck.
Absolute nervous wreck studying counties and swing states that I've never heard of before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm furious with Florida. I mean,
I know.
I'm really disappointed by that Florida.
But you know, we were talking about this before, like nobody's actually surprised about Florida, but
Right.
yet somehow like we get our hopes up every cycle that there's going to be these like miracle races, like somebody's going to win in Florida. And then I haven't seen what's happening in the congressional races in Florida. Maybe you guys can help catch us up on what happened. Because like Anna Paulina Luna was up there, like there were some toss-up races in Florida. I haven't been able to see what happened, but anyway, what are you guys, were you thinking that was going to be better than it was? Or it's just like it's so hard to see it go red?
I was hoping Rick Scott would get beat, but he did not. And then I was hoping the abortion measure would pass. I didn't realize until tonight it was a 60% threshold.
Well, they changed it. That's why you didn't know that, because it wasn't originally. That's what's so messed up about it. They basically did in Florida what they tried to do in Ohio and failed at. Right? So like in Ohio, they tried to change it to a 60% threshold, but they had to do a referendum in order to do that. And the Ohioans were so organized, they voted that down and then it was able to pass. But in Florida, like they got away with it. And it's not, Dave Aronson was on here before. It was very close. It's like 57%. They were just under the 60% threshold, and millions of women now are going to suffer because of this.
It's terrible. We live in Oklahoma City, and so we live under a total abortion ban, and it's just abysmal.
Well, and what's happening for
Don's
regular
not
health
working. Don,
care?
it's not working.
Yeah.
Oh, now we hear Don.
Don, hello. Man.
Oh,
All right,
Don.
we'll just keep going.
He's landing planes.
We'll just keep going. But so ladies, like what else are you, you obviously you're in Oklahoma City, very red community, red state. What are you hearing from women? Because obviously that's been such a huge part of this election is that, all of these women, especially in red states, that have been turning out in ways that maybe we didn't expect. But then, as you say, like now we're seeing the red states have mostly stayed red tonight. So I'm
at a friend's house right now, and I'm with a group of women that have started a group called We Are Rising. And it's a non-political party movement to try to get an abortion measure on the ballot here, because what we're seeing are physicians leaving the state.
Yeah.
You're seeing physicians unable to treat their patients.
Yeah.
And obviously this impacts poor communities the most, minority communities even more. And I'm hoping that we can make some sort of change, but it feels like things have gotten redder under Trump than ever.
Can you guys hear me?
We have some moderate voters that
We just
have
heard you
swung
there, Don.
over to Kamala.
Well, and like, look, I think what's distressing
Yeah, I think
about
there's a
Florida,
real delay, guys. We're going to try to fix this.
We hear you.
But hi.
We'll get Don
Hi,
back.
Jennifer.
Hi, Don.
Hi, Bumps. We're
Don.
it's so many people. The connectivity is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Not only am I delayed, but I'm also hearing myself back like 5 seconds later. So
clear.
we're gonna.
You
try
don't
to
sound
fix
bad
the
to us
audio.
right
I'm
now,
so glad
Don,
that you
just
guys
so
are
you
here.
know.
I'm gonna run over and do something else. So give me, if you can be back, I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
Hey, Monique, are you looking at all? Can you take a quick look? New York just closed while we're doing this. Could you take a look at what's happening with the House races in New York? Because obviously, like, New York has been really critical to flipping the House for Hakeem. And we've been really hopeful that there are about 4 seats in New York. I can't look at that and talk to you all at the same time. So maybe, Monique, This is what we do with low budget television. I don't have like a producer yelling in my ear telling me what it is. Low budget, high quality. That's what we call it.
Excuse you, this is digital.
It's digital. I love it. I love it. It's very like real and raw and messy in all the great ways. But yeah, no. So Jennifer,
which ones are you
New York. We got to know about New York 1, New York 4, New York 19. Just see what they're looking like when you have a second. So Jennifer, you were saying that you think that there might be a way to get a ballot initiative in your state, because obviously that's the issue, right? Is that in the states that are banning abortion, people who are seeking healthcare that has nothing to do with abortion can't find doctors because people are just leaving.
Yes. So there's a group of women here that are organizing, and it's a long game to get a ballot initiative, and they're going to play the long game, and that involves trying to educate a lot of the population about what all of the misconceptions about abortion, that abortion is actually life-saving healthcare. And so it's a long game marathon type thing that
yes,
they have
Monday's supposed to lose money. Sorry.
It's only 15%.
Yeah, Jennifer, it's so powerful. And this is what we saw all over the place. I actually was trying to figure out what's going on because there was a Missouri ballot initiative too, right? And the other big one in this is Arizona that we're going to be looking at, but Arizona's not closed yet.
I'm ready with my report.
Thank you. What happened with Mondare? Did he lose? And I meant to tell you 17. I think Mondare was going to lose, but what do we have?
No, we're just at 15% of the votes counted so far, and he is behind, but it's 51.5 to 46.6 so far. The District 4 General Laura Gillen is ahead with 53% of the votes counted.
Yeah. She's expected to win.
53%, 47%. Josh Riley is ahead. Well, they're just starting out. There's like microscopic amount of votes. Nothing's happening yet with District 5.
And New York 1, I think we don't know yet. I have finally opened it up. New York 1 is John Avalon. But New York is really interesting right now, you guys, because basically the Democrats lost the House last cycle, that really close rate, that really close number was because of districts in New York and one in Colorado and a couple in California. So a pickup of 4, really does potentially give Hakeem the speakership. So we'll know that soon, I would think. All right, Monique, you're going to be my wing woman here, but you have to go. Are you going back to Howard? Are you going over to Howard in a minute?
Not yet.
Okay.
Fox just projected that Colin Allred got beat. That Ted Cruz is going to win.
Who just projected it?
Fox. So take it for what it is worth.
I don't want to believe them.
I know, but it was inevitable. And he was what I read earlier is that he was underperforming. He was underperforming Beto, which is crazy. Yeah. It's tough, man.
Houston,
Texas is tough.
I saw that, but I didn't know.
In Harris County, right.
Elsewhere, because he was stronger in other areas than Beto was, but damn it.
All right.
Texas just doesn't. That's my home state. They just don't want nice things. I really don't.
Beyonce notwithstanding.
Yeah, I mean, me either.
We
we
got
were
Chris.
born there. They don't when they have to choose it.
I'm on top of it. Hey, Chris.
Hey,
welcome.
Chris.
Hey, y'all. Yay.
All right, Chris. What are you seeing? Fill us in. We got a lot of freaking out friends calling us.
Yeah.
Taking shots.
Not great if you're for Harris. North Carolina, Decision Desk HQ, who I really trust, called it.
They have her losing North Carolina? I thought we weren't. Oh, Jesus. Okay.
That's Decision Desk HQ. Now, look, so there's three main outlets that do this stuff for the networks. Decision Desk HQ is one of them.
Yeah.
Right? So that's the only one I've seen, but not great. Georgia, I mean, it's possible, I think, for her still, but I don't think it's probable. And then if she loses those two, Trump is 19 away from winning. She would basically, and honestly, this is not impossible by any means. It's basically what we kind of thought might happen anyway, particularly when Biden was the nominee. She would need to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If she wins those three, she gets to 270 plus Nebraska 2, which I think she's going to win.
I think Nebraska is amazing. I'm obsessed with what's happening in Nebraska. First of all, because my good friend Tony Vargas, I think, is going to win today.
Yep,
you know, he's
that's in
going
the
to win
second.
that.
Yep.
He's one of my best friends, and he's been running for 4 straight years, people.
Yep.
He and my friend Adam Frisch in Colorado 3 have literally been running for 4 straight years, nonstop. But Tony's wildly popular. He's a state senator. They have a unicameral. I'm obsessed with the Senate race. What do you? I guess they haven't closed the polls yet, but I'm like obsessed with this idea that Deb Fischer might actually lose because she's probably not done much. But is that like a pipe dream? Is that a mirage?
So, you know what? Honestly, I think. By the way, I just see Fox News Decision Desk called Cruz beating Allred.
Yeah, we
just as an
heard that.
FYI. What I would say in Nebraska is, I think Deb Fischer figured it out soon enough.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
That she got her act together.
Yeah, there are definitely times when like incumbents get caught and they can't fix it. You know what I mean? Like it's too late. I think they caught it just soon enough. I think Osborne will come way closer than you would think anyone would come in for a non-Republican in Nebraska. I just keep going back to the same thing. Like, look, if Donald Trump wins Ohio by 8, it's just hard for Sherrod Brown to win. It doesn't have to do with Sherrod Brown. It has to do with being having to overperform the top of the ticket by 8 points to win. It's the John Tester in Montana problem, right? Like Trump's going to win the state by 15, 16, 17 points. Like John Tester will overperform Kamala Harris in the state, but is he going to overperform her by 17? It's
right, but then you've got
really
Arizona, which is the opposite.
That's
effect.
the one that I
That's
think
the one
might,
that's like the opposite effect, which is that Gallego's probably going to win and Trump's maybe going to win.
Totally. The narrower the margin is at the presidential, the more possible, obviously, it is. Like I always said, if Trump won Texas by like 2, and he's not, I think he's going to win by more. But if Trump won Texas by 2, Allred, I think, could win, right? Because that's close. You know what I mean? Like if Allred won by 1.
Yeah.
But if Trump wins Texas by 7, just hard. I mean, the stat I always roll out in 2016 and 2020, there were 69 Senate races on the ballot. In 68 of them, the party that won at the presidential level also won at the Senate level. So the only time that it didn't happen was Susan Collins, the Republican in Maine, when Joe Biden won in 2020. It's just we're a parliamentary system now. We're organized in tribes.
I have some new insights on Florida, which I think is really interesting, especially for Angie and Jennifer, who I know we were like just talking about this, and Monique, you too. My brilliant friend, Jessica Valenti, just put in the numbers, which are really interesting. So they lost the Florida ballot measure with 57% of the vote, which is what we were saying, but 1.5 million more votes in the opposition, which basically means that Amendment 4 got more votes for it than DeSantis got when he was elected in 22. So that's how big the deck was stacked against this, that actually to the point before, like Floridians wanted this. They just set it up as an absolutely impossible bar.
And that is the thing that is so completely discouraging, because when people see, oh, of course it didn't pass in Florida, of course, you know, Florida went red. It's not as cut and dry in that. I spent a lot of time in this election cycle talking to the women there, and I know that they cared about this. And for their vote to be suppressed in this manner, and for their governor to be using state funds to run against a measure as if it was his opponent, all of that is a complete disservice to the women of Florida.
It's gross. And people hate this stuff. Like it's the gamesmanship, right?
Yeah.
It's like this is the shit that drives people crazy, which is like just play fair, right? Like, and I know it's politics. Like, nothing's fair in politics.
Isn't politics another word for BS?
Okay, no.
No. I'm
do
saying like when you're at
that.
a job and things aren't going right, like say you were up for a position and they gave it to someone else and they always go, oh, it's a bunch of politics. And I would think if you're a politician, you're an expert in bullshit, no?
I like to think we're an expert in the will of the people.
I don't know. I think politics is just everybody kind of like playing chess. You know, you scratch my back, I scratch your back. You do this for me, I'll do this for you. That's how I feel.
Wait, what is Ben drinking? Ben, it has and it's got an umbrella.
You hydrate.
I used to love those umbrellas. They don't give them
Yeah.
out anymore.
It's a comedian thing. We hydrate all the time when we.
Are you hydrating with vodka or
No,
tequila?
I've got a much more, and this might be TMI, but it's apropos for the state of politics in our nation. I have a colonoscopy tomorrow, and I've just begun my prep right now. So I put an umbrella in my colonoscopy prep drink, and
No,
starting
you
in about
didn't.
20 minutes, I will be running in and out of this broadcast,
Oh my
depending
God,
how
that
the
is
election
so
results
TMI.
come in.
Nice
It's TMI.
job.
But I'm hoping that it's more of a purging into a cleansing of a brand new era in America rather
Shouldn't have
than
asked.
a
Shouldn't have
feeling
asked.
sick
I'm really
going
sorry
backwards.
that I
Why'd
mentioned
you
it.
ask?
Shouldn't have.
Why'd you ask? I also
I'm sorry. Because you had an umbrella. Like, I needed to know about the umbrella. I used to love those things.
That's
Well,
awesome.
now you understand why I'll be exiting and coming back in.
Oh my God. TMI.
So you can't eat for hours, right?
The whole day I can't eat tomorrow either.
Okay,
and
well,
then,
everyone should get screened.
good.
So good for
Yes,
you.
you gotta
I've been
get
avoiding
screened.
it
Very
for years.
important.
So we'll just give
Very
a little,
important.
we'll do a little public service announcement. Get screened.
Yes.
All right, Chris, what are you seeing on the
Where
House
is Don?
races?
What
What
is
is going
going
on? Chris, help me with the House races because I'm dying to know where we are.
Yeah, so I mean, look, the ones that I think are super interesting, right, are like Virginia 2 is that it's sort of Virginia Beach. It's always been competitive. It's
Oh, yeah.
military. There's a big black population there. It's always been a competitive state
Yeah.
district. Honestly, even though Virginia, where I am currently, they're pretty good at counting votes. There's only 35% of the vote in. Jen Kiggins, who's the incumbent Republican,
Right.
is up 55-42. But again, it's 35% of the vote in. The other one that I think is interesting is Virginia 7.
Yeah.
For people who don't know, it's basically kind of like north of Richmond, between Richmond and DC, sort of,
Yeah.
is basically where that is. The person who held it, Abigail Spanberger, is a Democrat. She's
Right,
She's
she's
going to
running
be
for
the
governor.
Democratic nominee for governor next year, just in case you need more races. Don't worry, Virginia has you covered in 2025. So that district has 82% in, and this is Eugene Vindman, right? So this is a name
how's
we
he
know.
doing?
It's 51% Vindman, 49% Derek Anderson. I will
Wow.
tell you, Vindman was up. Again, this is so important because it's always like where the vote is from. Vindman,
Yeah.
I looked like 25 minutes ago, and Vindman was up like 8. So it's just
Yeah.
there's probably more vote coming from the Richmond, the northern Richmond suburbs that are in that district. But those are the two. And then the other ones that I think are probably too early. So like Pennsylvania 7 and 8, I think are interesting. But it's Susan Wild's a Democratic incumbent. This is, Philly outer suburbs. It's
Right.
51-49 there. Pennsylvania 8, Matt Cartwright is up 55-45, but 57% in. So, look, to me, it's sort of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin,
All
right? And the thing I'd point out about that is since 1992, those 3 states have all voted for the same person in every presidential election. So I always say a trend is a trend until it's not anymore. But it would suggest those 3 states tend to move a little bit in unison. So I see a lot of despondent Democrats. I mean, look, Kamala Harris is not going to win by like a 330 electoral vote landslide.
Yeah.
Because I think Georgia and North Carolina are going to be tough.
Yeah.
But
They just called North Carolina for
what'd you
Trump.
say?
They just called North Carolina for
Okay.
Trump.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's so. Georgia, I think, is hard, but still possible. But look, you don't have to win by a landslide to be president. I mean, that's what I always remind people. You only have to get to 270, and if she wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, she's at 270. That seems to me to be the path.
But it's interesting
now.
because like a lot of my friends on the right have been saying for a long time that they thought she was never that she lost the Sun Belt early. Like that they thought that there was no chance she was getting Georgia, North Carolina, Nevada, Arizona. And I'd been skeptical because I thought she might actually overperform in North Carolina just because of like student vote and Obama won there and all of that stuff. But now it's looking like that's actually coming out to be true, that the Sun Belt, she really may lose it. But again, to your point, she can lose the Sun Belt if she gets the entire but she has to win the rest.
Look, she could lose Georgia, North Carolina, Nevada, and Arizona,
And
still
still
be
win.
president. Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Yeah.
and again, like I always go back, Harris, to her credit, expanded the number of states that were competitive. Like North Carolina, we weren't really talking about when Biden was the nominee. We were talking about Georgia a little bit, but everybody I talked to was smart. Was like,
Whose dog?
The dog is unhappy.
Who
But
let
I
the
think-
dogs out?
But Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan was always kind of we call it the blue wall for a reason, right? Like it was always kind of where it was going to be won or lost. And I think that's just totally been borne out here. I mean, I don't rule Georgia out because, again, we'll see what Atlanta does. But I think it's harder than they would have liked it to be, certainly right now. So I would pay attention. I think we'll hear Pennsylvania before we hear Michigan and Wisconsin. And, I if she loses Pennsylvania, it's over, right? He's at 270 and it's over. If she loses Michigan or Wisconsin, it's not over yet, but I would say it's certainly trending in that direction.
So it's
How's
looking like it's going to be
Pennsylvania
a long
looking?
night. Yeah.
How's Pennsylvania looking?
Well, it's early.
I mean,
I thought she was leading, no?
So the problem in
Not that
Pennsylvania,
early.
it's not a problem, but the
okay.
issue in Pennsylvania is they count votes pretty slowly, and the Philly votes don't come in right away. Right now, it's 52-47 with 31% in. But I'm just looking to see what the votes are.
52-47. Who's lead?
Harris. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought Harris
Okay.
was leading.
So,
And
but in
that's early
Philadelphia,
before Philly. That's pretty
right,
good
in
omen.
Philadelphia County, which only 25% of the votes are in, she's winning 82-17. So
Right.
you would assume she's going to win by about that mark,
Back down.
80-20 probably. And Montgomery County, which is just right outside suburban, 23% of the vote in. So there's not, the only place where there's a decent chunk in is Allegheny, which is Pittsburgh. She's up 66-34 with 50% in, but it's still, there's not a ton of vote in there, to be totally honest.
But they've called. It's hard for me to see everything at the same time. Pittsburgh's already reported.
50% of Pittsburgh. So none of these places have fully reported, and that's why I always a lot of this stuff is you don't know where the vote
that's
is
it. But I
coming
need to hear from here.
Don from the streets.
Kamala has won Wyoming. I don't know if you already said that. Kamala's won Wyoming.
What?
Very exciting.
What?
Kamala's won Wyoming. They've called Wyoming for Kamala.
She did not win Wyoming. What are we talking about?
She did. That's what I'm seeing.
Is you're hungry,
Look,
man.
I've got I've got this going on. I'm in a studio with
look at you.
30 feet of video screens and live results. It said she won Wyoming. Is that wrong?
That can't
That's
be
wrong.
Right. Yeah, that's wrong. Thank you,
Oh,
Chris.
man, you
Chris,
thought
never
you
leave
had
us.
it. You thought you had
No,
it.
it's. I mean, they already called Wyoming for Trump.
Yeah.
Wow.
Never leave
I mean,
us.
if she
Chris.
won Wyoming, we'd be having a very different conversation.
Jesus
by the way.
Lord, we sure would be. Okay. So, all right, can we go back to the House? Because I'm stressing about the House and the Senate. We don't have any, it's too early on both House and Senate, right?
Yeah, too early. I mean, just look at Ohio and Montana. That West Virginia's
That's all
already
we care
gone,
about.
right? West Virginia's already gone. Bernie Moreno is ahead of Sherrod Brown, 50-47 with 58% in Ohio. And
Well, right
Montana's-
now, Osborne, the
Montana's
New York
too
Times is
early.
reporting Osborne way up in Nebraska, but it's too early, maybe.
Too early, yeah. And Montana too early too. Look, I mean, if Sherrod Brown wins, there's no path because Ted Cruz is won, we think. Rick Scott won, and so your only option is Osborne. But remember, Osborne, he's the independent nominee. There's no Democratic nominee. He has said he will not caucus with Democrats or Republicans if he wins. So
Okay. Hey, Monique, can I bring you back in? Because if it starts to feel like this stuff is getting really tight, and, as we started to talk about before, that, Trump all day was trashing Philly and talking about voter fraud and all this stuff. So that's one of the other scenarios here, right? Is that there's just going to be intense legal challenges for the next number of months. What do you think? What are you seeing in terms of, legal challenges coming down in the next, in the days ahead?
He'll bring however many hundred of them and lose them, same as he did in the last general.
Are we sure he's going to lose them given the Supreme Court right now? That's
Sentence.
that's what
The
keeps
Vice
me up at
President's
night.
mad. And then you come down to Georgia.
Hey guys, I can hear somebody
man.
open. Wow, finally.
I can hear clearly now. The rain is gone.
Welcome back, Don. We had a great time.
Man, I didn't even
Thank
know
you.
that was you. You
I'm
changed
so glad-
clothes.
I know. I don't know why I'm hearing myself. Somebody has a key open or something. But anyways, I'll just muddle through. So guys, how are you doing? Hi, Jennifer. Hi, Pumps. How are you?
Great. Hi, Don.
So how are you feeling? Are you anxiety ridden or what?
They're freaking out.
Yeah, that's too much.
Yes, we're freaking out.
Everyone's
Why?
freaking out, Don. That's what's
like
been
it.
happening
Early.
since you've been gone. Everyone is freaking out.
I am decidedly not freaking out.
Yay,
Yeah.
Monique is for
Let me
the
tell you
Zen.
guys.
It should be on FanDuel.
Just relax. It's gonna be fine.
Place your bets, baby.
So, why are you freaking? Why are you freaking, Pumps?
Well, because I'm looking and first of all, I shouldn't watch from the beginning. I should start at like 10 p.m.
Right,
because
that's
it
always
makes
the
me a
right
nervous wreck. But
Hang on, let me just say, if someone has a television up behind them, can you turn the volume down? We can hear it as you are speaking. I'm not sure. I hear like John King or something. Okay, go on.
Just like they called North Carolina for Harris, for Trump, that's very disappointing. Georgia seems to be not in play, which we thought. I'm mad at Florida.
Kamala Harris has 46.7%.
All the bomb throws, it's ridiculous.
And Jen, what about you?
Okay, here's why I'm freaking out, Don, because in my optimistic worldview and how unfathomable I think it is that people could vote for Donald Trump, I wanted Kamala's victory to be like an FU victory, a political capital victory, where we could be like, yes, Trumpism is dead. Here's the nail in the coffin. North Carolina has been called. It's a razor thin margins, it seems like. This is going to be a nail biter. And it's painful to come to the reality that this many people support, excuse, and or are racist and sexist. It's very, very hard to reconcile that we live in a country where this many people are okay with that.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say that says more about the country than it actually does about Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look, one of the problems that skews all of this is the Electoral College, right? Like, I still am extremely confident that she's going to win the popular vote. And like, that's the crazy thing to contemplate is we could have like, what is it? It would be like the 5th election in 25 years where a party is in power that loses the popular vote. It's like completely insane. And that's what makes this, it's like a funhouse mirror. You know, like the country feels so divided, but yet on all of these issues, we're actually not as divided. And, you know, women are less divided than we've ever been. I mean, I think that's part of what we saw in the run-up. We'll see if it pans out today. But like, you know, women since 2016, white women have kind of come back left. So I don't know. But
I would like to go to some of our lemon heads, our loyal viewers, to see how they are feeling, if they are anxiety ridden. Who can we talk to, Nikki? Who do we have?
We have Marcy McCall right here. Marcy.
Hi, Marcy McCall. You're next. Marcy, what are you? I'm pretty calm. I don't know how you're feeling. It's early on in the evening. How do you feel?
We don't hear her.
We can't hear you, Marcy. Are you muted? Are you frozen? Okay, we can't hear Marcy. All right, so we'll get. Oh, there's Marcy.
Oh.
Go ahead, Marcy.
Oh, nothing.
Still can't hear you. You're muted. You're muted. Okay.
73%.
Yeah, we tried. Yeah, she's muted. Did you guys unmute her?
She can hear us, I think.
We did. Hold on. Stand by.
Yeah. She's got. It says muted up on the thing. It says the lemon heads are muted. Okay.
No, you got to me.
Wait, what are you guys talking about? Godfrey and Lauren, what's up?
Oh, I'm taking off
Well,
soon.
he's got better plans
Not
this
better
evening
plan.
than us.
Oh, you guys have been holding it down. It's awesome. I have to go though at 10.
Are you off to a watch party or are you off to like have some drinks?
No, a podcast.
Oh, really? You have to do your podcast.
Yeah. How long are you going to be here? You going to be here for all night?
We're here all night. We're here as long as you're here.
Maybe
as
we'll
long
come
as,
back.
As long as we're here, and until she comes out, until somebody is declared.
Oh, really?
We're here. I've been live streaming since 2 p.m.
Man.
I've been on the live since 2 p.m.
Is that Michael Jackson
We'll
in the
probably go
background?
from
They're doing
2
Don't
to
Stop
2.
You Get Enough, man. Dang.
Yeah. So, Godfrey, what time do you have to leave?
In a couple minutes. Like 5 minutes. But I can come back.
All right, we should come back. What do you have to say for yourself, though? How do you feel?
This is stress. She's stressing me out. No.
Who's stressing you out?
No, Ollie, because I'm getting.
All of us.
It's like I'm starting to absorb the stress because I'm,
really
like,
sorry.
oh, she lost that. But then I feel hopeful about Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and the other. What the other guy was saying. What's the other guy that left?
Chris Klizza.
Yeah, I was like, he goes, you don't have to win by a lot to become president, and these other states that Trump has won are expected. So I'm feeling good about the other states. I think, and she's leading in Pennsylvania. So I'm like getting like, So
I don't know about you guys, but Jennifer, I hate the Electoral College. I don't really like it.
They should get rid of them.
I can't stand it. And the problem with the Electoral College is so many people suffer from it that don't realize they think they're voting their best interest because they live in a right-wing media echo chamber. And when you look at our state, it's ranked 49th in education, 50th in well-being for women, and it is solidly red. The polls close at 7. The networks call Oklahoma immediately. And we're always a bottom 10 state, despite the fact that our governor goes on, network news and says, oh, we're a top 10 state. We're not.
Right.
And sadly, people really, really suffer from the Electoral College.
Man.
It's terrible, and everyone hates it.
The Electoral College is a disease.
It's horrible.
And I believe the
seriously,
country
John, like,
really
can
is
you-
kind of center left. I mean, if you look at all the last popular votes, we are center left. And it's kind of what Lauren was saying. There is more majority and more consensus for more moderate or progressive leaning ideas. And we end up getting all these conservative, presidents. And it just, think about the difference the country would have been if Al Gore would have won. I mean, where we would be with the Green New Deal and all of these things. And it just screws us every time. It's such a relic, the Electoral College. It's such a shame.
Not just that. I mean, it just is proof that we don't, unfortunately, live in a true person-to-person representative democracy. We live in a nation where we have some say, and I'm glad we still have that amount of say, and Trump does all he can to erode that little bit of sway we do have. But the votes in less populous states are just far, far more valuable, and those states happen to align with politics that keep our country in a regressive time gone by, and they have an outsized influence. What's also crazy is the Interstate Compact Act can overrule and get rid of the Electoral College without even needing a constitutional amendment. It automatically gets done if just a handful more states get on board, but we're just bad at organizing, bad at making big change, and we get stuck in this archaic system that was made for a time when the people weren't trusted, and we didn't have mass media that was able to get messages out to the whole country so they would send representatives to go cast votes on behalf of our votes. It's an archaic system, but so many
worse,
of ours
it's
are.
a legacy of slavery, right? I mean, ultimately, the structure of our country is all a legacy of slavery, right? That's why the Senate and the House are structured differently. It was to give the southern states equal power, and the Electoral College ultimately was to do the same thing, right? It was to take power away from the most populous states. We're still arguing about it.
I call it minority rule.
Yeah.
So let me just read some of the comments. Someone said, calm down, guys. She's going to win.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, don't fret just yet, everybody. Keep the faith. Someone said, I've been on since 2 p.m. Eastern time. And there are folks who are actually agreeing in the chat that the Electoral College should be abolished. It should be one vote. Everybody gets a vote, and they all count. We're told every vote counts when they really do not, because of the Electoral College, just RCT 281. Yeah.
love that.
So we'll see.
And it is
Let's
so
try.
interesting also.
Marcy, are you there?
I'm here.
Stand by, Ben. Marcy. Oh, you're there now.
I'm here.
What are you saying? How are you feeling?
Well, I am stressed. This is a monumental election, and there's so much at stake that for it to be this close is scary. And I'm praying. I'm keeping the faith that we pull it out.
Like most of us, is it bothersome to you? I'm sure that it is, that you can have someone who is found liable of sexually assaulting a woman, 34 criminal counts. Can you imagine if any of us had that? Can you imagine that, and that we still have a country that wants to elect that person with those sorts of characters?
Yeah.
Don, how is that person even allowed to run?
Right.
He's been convicted.
Right.
It shouldn't be.
Godfrey?
Yeah. They might as well let P. Diddy run, too.
Oh, damn.
No, oh, wow. Damn.
You had to bring up Diddy.
You know what I'm saying, though? Come on.
We were having a good
I mean,
night.
think about it. Can you imagine if it was, what does Barack Obama had of that? Do you think they would ever let him run for president?
Man. What?
He couldn't even wear a tan suit, Don. Come on.
Right.
Look, I mean, it's not even that far off, though, from what Godfrey's saying. The dirty, glad handing of politics always made easier with some baby.
Oh, my God. No, why? Please don't.
Oh, no.
That is so wrong.
That's not wrong. It's all truth, and it's a slippery slope.
Oh, God, no. Please, no.
Marcy, what did you get yourself involved in?
I don't know.
Don, be glad you were off air because we had to hear about Ben's colonoscopy tomorrow. So you should be glad that you
I'm
couldn't
drinking
hear
my
that.
colonoscopy prep liquid right now, Don.
Ben,
Ben's
it just
trying
turns
to
out the wrong way
detox from
to
the
be a
BS
colonoscopy
tonight.
for the country.
I hope so. I hope we get cleansed and we get a clear start. We're purging all the bad tonight, and we're turning into a much more positive, clear.
Ben is gonna walk and you hear him whistle.
Oh,
He's gonna be so hollow.
Angie and Jennifer, just so you know, not everyone is called
Okay,
North
good.
Carolina.
Okay,
just so you
that's
know.
good.
And NBC is not calling North Carolina.
Oh,
They
wow.
are saying it is too close to call.
Oh wow.
Okay, so don't freak out yet.
Thank you.
This could
I
be
needed
a
it.
whole
welcome.
Arizona
Come on, North
situation
Carolina.
for 2020. I want to bring in now Dr. Mary McWilliams. Who's
I'm outta here, guys.
Had her hand up for a bit.
I think I'm coming
Hi,
back.
Mary
Hi,
McWilliams.
I think we'll be here for a while.
Good evening.
I'll be back if you guys are still here.
Good seeing you, Godfrey.
Hang on, Mary. You gotta go.
I've got to
Pumps?
go. Love you, Dawn.
Okay,
You're still
Pumps.
my favorite.
I love you.
in the world.
I love you the best. I hope you got your eyelashes done before the election.
I'm getting them done tomorrow. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Love you. Bye. Thanks for joining.
All right, Don.
So-
I'll see you a little later if you guys are still here.
All right, come back. Rims of the Lemonheads. How are you feeling right now?
Hello. I'm a little bit stressed. I'm a little bit stressed and a little bit confused because I can't understand why it's so close.
Well, it's a country we live in. And you know, I've been out on the road and I told you, hey, I'm hearing a lot of Trump out there, but I'm hearing, some interesting things about why people support him. And many people don't really have a reason for supporting him. They just sort of parrot right-wing media talking points.
Exactly. And what I'm noticing is that Trump's following their playbook of calling the races early.
Yeah, we knew he was going to do
That's
that.
what he's doing.
Right? We knew he was going to do that. That's the Red Mirage thing.
What do you mean by that, Doctor?
I was reading earlier that one of the things out of his playbook, they were going to start calling the races way early. It would discourage people early on, although it's so early in the game, and that's what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, can I? Okay.
So, I mean, is that like Texas already being called, Georgia's already being called, North Carolina's already been called, and it's been so early on. All the
But also, I think it's important to acknowledge the reasons that people support Trump that are in their eyes valid and have some decent points sometimes behind them that aren't. I don't think this vast number of people in America are supporting the concepts of racism and sexism as their reason for going to the polls. I think that they certainly excuse and have a misunderstanding of the existential threat he poses to our nation, no doubt, but they support him for other reasons that, pun intended, trump that for them. They think he's stronger on foreign policy. They think he doesn't have moving red lines that, unfortunately, starting with Obama, we started having red lines under Democrat administrations that weren't held true, starting with Assad in Syria. They think that some of the far left have pushed agendas that are changing too much of what they think the fabric of reality may be. There are things that we need to be aware of. They think that that the Democrats are soft on crime. I think some of that is valid criticisms, and I think it doesn't behoove us to just put them in the camp of they just are really excited to have a racist, criminal, felon, rapist in the White House who is a traitor to our country. They don't get exposed to those facts, but they do have some reasons that I think need to be answered and contended with.
I want to push back a little bit on your statement about the foreign policy, because I think a lot of the Republican electorate is really misinformed about foreign policy. You can see that they think that Putin is a strong leader. They're not alarmed at all that all of the dictators of the world are lining up to not really understand foreign policy. I live in a deeply red state, and I can assure you what the people here say is they're worried about trans people, which is less than 1% of the population. It is all of this right-wing algorithm, red meat that they start salivating over and they gnaw their teeth in. And living in a deeply red state, I can tell you, I think the racism and the recreational cruelty excites them a bit. I think it excites them to own the libs. I think that any sort of policy talk that they have, they'll start with inflation. But then if you start breaking it down and you ask them, well, you're making less money now than you did under Biden? Well, no, I'm actually making more. Their arguments always fall apart. So I think that this is like very Freudian, what it's hitting them with, because we have 9 years of a person that is an objective, abject failure as a person, as a truth teller, as a leader, as everything. And the permission structures that they have been able to construct to vote for him is what's so alarming, because I can tell you, even educated people in Oklahoma City, these are not foreign policy wonks. They don't care about Syria, and they actually have favorable feelings towards like a Vladimir Putin or a Viktor Orban. And that's what's so frightening about it. It's something about the authoritarianism is twinkling these people a little bit more than I like to be comfortable with, because it's alarming.
Jennifer, I don't disagree with some
Ben,
of that.
stand by, Ben.
And so she's at
I want to bring someone in. Give me a
Rebuttal, but I
second.
will stand by.
Give me a second. Yeah, I'll let you jump in. I want to bring in Sophia Nelson, and since she's a public defender from Detroit, Michigan, she's also a former friend of J.D. Vance. Tell us your story, because Pumps mentioned this transgender issue that the Republicans and the Trump folks have been using as a political cudgel for now, even before the campaign. And welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me, Don. Yeah, I think that Jennifer hit the nail on the head. I think that trans people are standing in for everyone's anxiety about the changing landscape of America and are almost a symbol for everyone's anger and confusion as society evolves. And so that's really I'm hearing an echo. I'm sorry.
Yeah, keep going.
You sound fine to us, though. You sound fine to us.
Okay. So it's overwhelmingly depressing for me as a transgender person in America, but I do think that these cultural issues are what's driving the Trump support. And immigration is a cultural issue, right? People are concerned not about what it means to welcome new immigrants to this country or the financial impact of that. It is, what does this mean for the changing fabric of American society? There's a lot of push around the Great Replacement theory. And that's the narrative that you're hearing that I think fits in with the general social anxiety about how the country is changing.
Can you guys do me a favor in the studio? Can you mute the other guests so that Sophia doesn't hear the echo until I finish with Sophia? Sophia, can you tell everyone your story so they'll know why you have such an intimate relationship with this particular story and the trans issue?
Yeah, so I went to Yale Law School with J.D. Vance. We were in the same small group and became friends. And I received gender affirming surgery in 2012 when I was friends with J.D. Vance while we were both at law school. And both him and his now wife were supportive. I attended their wedding. I stayed in touch with them. And then there was this sharp convergence around 2019, 2020, where he took a sharp turn to the right and disavowed his former views on Donald Trump. You know, he called him cultural heroin, a moral disaster, America's Hitler. And now, of course, he says he's the best president of his lifetime. And that's the shift that's happened in the Republican Party, right? I think most Republicans condemned Donald Trump when he first came on the scene in 2015 and condemned the birther conspiracy and other things that were driving his popularity. But there has been a sharp turn, and that turn is largely on cultural issues. And it's been aided by this international backlash to incumbency. There's a lot of pent up anger and frustration after COVID and the inflation that caused on a national level. And we've seen incumbents losing across the world. But I think it's fueled here in America by these cultural insecurities about the changing demographics of the United States. And I think obviously trans people don't affect anyone's day-to-day life. We're less than 2% of the population. No one's life has been negatively impacted by the fact that trans people exist, but they stand in for this larger cultural insecurity about the changing role of men, about the changing demographics of this country, and unfortunately are the punching bag for right-wing insecurities right now.
I'm so glad that you said that and that you're so open about that. Jennifer, she's responding to something that you said. What do you think about Sophia and what she just conveyed to us?
Well, first of all, Sophia, I just want to say thank you. And secondly, I see firsthand in a red state how many people are using your group, a very marginalized group, to further bully. And I see in our state institutionalized bullying from our superintendent of school and from our governor to scare people and to ratchet up fear. And so the big push in these red states are trans people, gay people, and immigrants. And I'll talk to women and men that live in the suburbs of Oklahoma City in gated communities. And I'll say, so what are you concerned about? And they'll say immigration and crime. And I'm like, you live in a gated community with all white people. You shop at all white people places. What are you talking about? It's because they see it on Fox. They believe these imaginary caravans are coming. They have no concept what would happen to the economy if we removed and deported millions of immigrants, because that's their big thing. They're fiscally conservative, but socially liberal, they say. Aside from it being immoral and scary and Nazi-esque, to round up immigrants, the economic implications are terrible. So at every turn, it's like, I feel like the more and more I look at Trumpism and the moral bending that people have to go to get there, I really genuinely believe that this is a mass cult. I really do, because it's hard to penetrate these people with facts.
Well, one of the fascinating things that's happening here in Michigan, right, is there's this fear and panic around trans women competing in women's sports. We have, according to the Michigan Athletic Association, I forget what the acronym is, 2 such instances in the entire state of Michigan. But they want to like many states have done, now moved to ban. You only compete in the sports of the sex you were assigned at birth. But that would actually harm girls overwhelmingly, as we have tens of thousands of girls competing in boys' sports because that sport is not offered for girls. So we have girls playing hockey on the boys' hockey team. We have girls playing football on the boys' football team. We have girls playing lacrosse on the boys' lacrosse team because there's no field hockey in their rural district. And so these solutions in response to this non-existent problem, right, an N of 2, which I don't think is a problem to begin with, but like assuming that you thought it was a problem, the solution to it actually overwhelmingly harms girls who are just trying to play sports. And we're seeing similar things in the immigration debate, right? In response to, we have some legitimate concerns about the overwhelming of social services in Springfield, Ohio, we're going to peddle this incredibly racist, they're eating the cats and dogs. And as a result, there's bomb threats at the school. And now we have neo-Nazis marching in the streets in Springfield and nobody feels safe. So these overreactions to a stand-in for cultural anxiety, there's no there. There's no actual problem to be solved, but the vitriol and the emotions have been stirred up by a very online, very right-wing cultural movement on the right has then imposed real consequences on whether it is girls being excluded from playing hockey or neo-Nazis marching in the streets of Springfield, Ohio, making kids feel not safe going to school.
Ben, talk to us about that, because she's talking about this incredible right-wing online community. A lot of it is in digital and streaming and social media and comedy, places that you're extremely familiar with. So talk to us about that.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very good point. I think that the right has successfully fear-mongered on issues that are not issues that affect their daily lives in any significant way. And I think that it's a real shame that the algorithms have siloed people so much that we are unable to even tell what matters to us and what doesn't, let alone what is even true and what is not. I was simply saying earlier that I think to simply write off 100% of Trump supporters as people who are supporting these racist or sexist or offensive policies isn't the reason that all of them are doing that. There are some that are supporting Trump for reasons that they think they wish he wasn't a jerk like that. They wish he didn't have some of these positions, but they feel safer. They feel like it is a more law and order, social order under him. They feel like every extreme position introduced by somebody on the far left doesn't need to become a reality shifter where then nobody can even use the terms male and female anymore or man and woman. It gets taken to a place where the average American, or many, are uncomfortable with that. And then what happens is there's such a strong backlash to it that I think people rebel hard, and it's not smart politics to always go for everything all at once, because then it could lead to a place where we'll see how tonight shakes out. I still am very hopeful that Harris wins, but where people feel not heard. Like you said, if trans people, for example, are 1% of the population, 99% of the population also have to be heard, and all Trump supporters also have to feel like their positions are also being respected. Otherwise, there can be these strong backlashes, and then it gets worse for trans people, far more so, and worse for all of us who are against the Trump agenda.
So listen, Whitney Tilson joins us from the studio. So Whitney, I want you to stand by. But Sophia, I want you to respond to what Ben said. And if I can be honest about the whole pronoun thing, because let's speak candid here, and I don't want to say the wrong thing, but how do you feel about that? Because many in the community get really upset about misgendering, and I don't like to misgender people. But I think if I can sort of paraphrase and interpret what Ben is saying, is that he believes that people are sort of over-indexing on those issues, not that they're not important, but it's not a winning strategy. What do you think about that?
So I think there's a lot of response to what people think, the caricature of what the right has said the trans community is asking for. Nobody has ever, and me as a trans person or any of the trans advocates that I know, but the community asked that people stop using the terms men or woman, or that it's somehow you should be excommunicated because you use the wrong pronoun, right? There's an adjustment period. People are going to make mistakes. If you are well-intentioned and kind-hearted, I don't think anyone on the I'm about as far left as you can get, right? I'm a abolitionist public defender, living and working in the city of Detroit. I'm transgender. I'm as progressive as you can get. I also have conservative friends and members of my family. I know I grew up in a rural conservative community that went overwhelming for Donald Trump. I don't think it's productive to police language when people are well-intentioned. What I think is hard is willful misgendering people, right? That's cruel. That's trying to deny somebody self-determination. That's telling somebody that you know them better than they know themselves. And I don't think anyone would like to be received that way. So there's this caricature on the right of what the trans community is asking for that I don't think is based in any reality. And then there's the reality, which is it's not kind to intentionally dead name people, to intentionally misgender people. But obviously social change takes time. There needs to be an open-hearted generosity in meeting people where they're at. And, my grandma had a really hard time with my gender presentation and my identity. But we slowly got there because we loved each other and neither of us were trying to be dogmatic or cruel about it. And, over the years, she got to a place where she was really supporting and loving of who the person I am when she started in a very different place. And I think that is the vast majority of trans people's experiences, is they want to meet people where they're at and they want to develop that understanding. But there's this caricature on the right that, if you say the wrong thing, you're going to be canceled, which that's just not the reality that I've ever seen occur. I've seen some very cruel things or some very serious misconduct lead to people being quote unquote canceled, which just really means that they lose a job or they have less fans than they used to have. It doesn't mean that they're put in prison, right? I think there's.
But Sophia, is there some part of it where you see that maybe trans activists and supporters have not presented the issue maybe as politically savvy as they could, because like you said a few minutes ago that really all this would affect is mostly women playing in men's sports. I've never even heard that as being part of the issue. So all I hear is people on the right complaining that people who were assigned male at birth are competing in female sports and are in female locker rooms, and to some degree you can understand that they are uncomfortable with that if they don't have full understanding. It's like you said, taking somebody from 0 to 60 in 1 second, where I've never heard people say that side of it. And so is there anything
I think that's why we need more trans representation, right? So I'm a trans person talking about trans issues. How often do you see that happening? You don't. You see a bunch of non-trans people talking about trans people. You see 1/3 of Trump's ads attacking the trans community. You see Donald Trump spending $100 million attacking 1% of the population. So that is what set the Overton window, the universe in which we're talking about these issues. If you dig a little deeper, and I hope that more media will platform trans voices so that you can hear about the actual consequences of this legislation to sort of protect women. There was no women's hockey team in my high school, but there were girls who wanted to play hockey. And if you say you can only compete in the sport of the sex you were assigned at birth, what does that mean for the girls that want to play hockey? That is an actual problem. Point to me to one instance where you have a high school sports team that's been, brought off the rails, where there's allegations of misconduct or something terrible happening because a trans woman was on the team. What the stories that I've heard about teams that are very welcoming and excited to have this member of their team, and the team is supportive of the girl that wants to be on the team. I mean, these are not kids complaining, right? This is a moral panic. The definition of a moral panic is an outsized emotional reaction to a perceived problem that doesn't really exist. We had the satanic panic in the 90s, where everyone was terrified that there were these satanic cults all over the country kidnapping and sexually abusing children. I don't know if you guys all remember this, but it was a real thing and people were really scared of it. Turns out it wasn't real. Trans people taking over the world and destroying the American family is also not real. All we want is safety and the ability to live our lives with dignity and respect. That's all any trans person is asking for.
But I do understand that most high school children are using litter boxes now and are dressing up as furries and going to school dressed like plush animals, right?
I listened to the Joe Rogan JD Vance interview, and he was saying that there was a 50-year-old trans woman in Canada who was playing on a high school sports team and changing in the locker rooms, and Joe Rogan really believed that this was true. And how does a 50-year-old play on a high school sports team is what I want to know. Like, where do these rumors come from? Give me one example of somebody that's being allowed to, quote, use a litter box because they identify as a cat or whatever. These things aren't happening, and that's why I think, your rhetorical response is proving my point about how this is a moral panic. And I hope that by platforming more trans voices and talking about this more in like a sensible, matter-of-fact way, we can move past that. But the moral panic around Satanism lasted for many years, and so I'm not optimistic about the end of this one.
Hey, Dawn.
Hey,
I've
Dawn, we have some breaking news also.
Okay.
Bye, Dawn.
65%
Hi.
president 4 years
Oh, bye, Jen.
Bye, guys. Nice to meet you all.
Thank you. Bye. Lauren, what's your breaking
Well,
news?
I mean, some of the outlets are calling. It does seem like Tester is lost, which I guess is not especially surprising. It does not seem like it's close, and there are a couple of networks that have called it. He's down by several thousand votes. Really interesting. I don't know. No one's calling it quite yet, but this Senate race in Nebraska remains super competitive, which is fascinating that right now Dan Osborne is up 52 to 48. It's about 50% of the vote. No one's calling it yet, but there's some stuff that's starting to get interesting in the Senate races. And then I guess Iowa has been called for Trump, which is not especially surprising.
Well, I was called for Trump by NBC. I'm not seeing everyone calling him.
They're not all calling it. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not all calling it. But was Iowa? Which one was Ann?
Iowa.
Whitney. Which one was Ann
That's Iowa.
Selzer?
Yeah, unfortunately, Ann
So what does that
Selzer
say?
appears to have really gotten this one wrong. She had made a very bold prediction. Her latest poll showed Harris winning Iowa by 3 in a state Trump carried by 9 and then by 8. And it looks like, according to the New York Times prediction forecast, it'll be Trump's going to win by 11. So Ann Seltzer's poll looks like it was 14 points off.
Then what does that portend possibly for Pennsylvania, Georgia, and other places?
Badly, very badly. The hope, at this point, it looks like Harris's only chance is an extremely narrow 270 to 268 victory by holding the 3 blue wall states. And that Iowa poll gave us a lot of hope because it's similar demographics. If she can hold the Midwest, because she's getting crushed in the South so far. It's not just that she lost Florida, it's that she was projected to lose by 6 and lost by 13. So the hope is sort of Midwestern voters like Iowa, like what the Seltzer poll was showing. She could hold on to that blue wall and win a narrow victory, and I would certainly not rule it out. but I'm looking for any good news anywhere in the country right now for Harris.
Well, we
and I
haven't
can't find
called. Look, they're not calling no one's really called North Carolina yet, right?
it. Decision Desk headquarters called it.
They called it. All right, but then none of the networks are calling North Carolina yet.
Yeah.
As far as I can tell. And look, Michigan, Wisconsin.
The Decision Desk called it for Trump, right?
Yeah, they called it, and the New York Times says they're not willing to call it yet, but they're saying it's 89% likely a Trump win by 3.3 points, and Georgia, they're saying is a greater than 95% chance win.
Look, I mean, they knew for a while that it was possible. Like the Trump people were very confident that they were going to win the Sun Belt. And I thought it was slightly overstated with Georgia. I don't think we're going to have an answer on Georgia tonight. That's my personal view, especially given that there were those bomb threats and the polls were getting held open for a longer time in a couple of places or were held open. So, I mean, they were prepared that they were going to lose the Sun Belt. But it does mean the path is narrower and they've got to get Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Right? So
91% of the vote is in Georgia. And Trump is up to 2.7 or so. So it's not mathematically impossible. I have a friend who's on the ground in Georgia who thinks the urban vote's going to come in, and she could still carry Georgia and North Carolina. But realistically, it's it's a Hail Mary at this point. But the blue wall is still very much in play. It's not over. Decision Desk headquarters right now has it 70% Trump, 30% Harris, but that's the best number I can find out there.
Richard Green, you're a Democratic strategist and a communications expert. What do you say?
So I'm mildly horrified. It's good to see you again, John. First of all, I want to reinforce what I was hearing before. Voters, just like human beings, need to be heard, and they need to feel safe and secure. Maslow's hierarchy of needs is probably the most important thing in political communication. And Donald Trump, despite what we may think about him, does in fact make people feel safe and secure. But there is a statistic that I think is extraordinarily relevant. In Florida, the abortion initiative won, although it didn't reach the 60%, by 57 to 43. So that is a huge differential. But Rick Scott beat Debbie Murcassel-Powell, last results I saw, by about 12 or 13 points. So what that means is that the Democratic Party sucks at messaging. Because let me tell you why, and I've been begging the party to do this. They suck at messaging. The message is, and was and should have been, that reproductive rights is on every single ballot for the House and for the Senate. And that if you want to have your reproductive rights restored and codify Roe v. Wade, the only way in Florida to do that is nationally, so that Florida gets included, would have been to not vote for Rick Scott. So the fact that there is such a massive swing between Rick Scott and the vote on that abortion bill proposition, it says all we need to know about how badly the Democratic Party has been messaging.
I don't think that's fair at all. I'm sorry, but literally every race in the country that is the message, which has been about almost exclusively about abortion. And the fact is that in that race, that's all she talked about. Literally, like all she talked about. But Floridians are Republicans. They want the Republicans in office, but they also are kind of a live free and die libertarian state when it comes to personal rights. So, it should have passed.
But I'm sorry, I have to disagree with you. I would bet a lot of money that the people who voted yes, I want to restore abortion rights in Florida, who also voted for Rick Scott, they did not know that the Democrats were one Democratic senator away from restoring reproductive rights. They did not know that. And that is the fault of Democratic messaging.
Well, because we're not.
And it's very different.
Not to know that, right? And the realistic probability of Democrats repealing the filibuster to protect Roe in the Senate, I think I guess you could message that, but you're not going to be able to follow through on it.
No, but Chuck Schumer has flat out said, for several years now, give me 51 Democrats who are not named Joe Manchin or Kirsten Sinema, we will create a carve-out to the filibuster rule, and we will pass the Women's Health Protection Act. But they did not communicate how important it was to elect Debbie Murcazel-Powell or Colin Allred, and that, I think, is really biting them in the butt.
All right. Well, there's also a resource issue, which is that, yes, they had $1 billion. On the other hand, like we've been fighting
That's
about
a lot of money.
It's a lot of money, and we've been having the same argument for the last decade, which is, are the Democrats investing in the right places? And they've mostly decided that they're not going to invest in places like Florida and Texas because they don't think they're winnable and they're gerrymandered within, an inch of their lives. We can argue later whether the same way we argued about Hillary not going to Michigan, maybe we're going to argue about Harris not spending enough time in Florida. But it wasn't close. The ballot initiative should have passed, but that Senate race was not close. I don't think it was going to be close. So I don't know. I think it's going to be, look, there's going to be recriminations on all sides. If Democrats lose tonight, there's no question. We're going to say that they did everything wrong. If they win, it's going to be a different conversation. I think ultimately there are people in this country, and especially in places like Florida, that are so dogmatic in the way that they vote. And Arizona is not one of those places. They're not hard partisan dogma driven people. They are in Florida. Like, it's Trump's home state. Like, back to 2000 it's been going red. So I don't know. I mean, we'll see. Right now I'm looking at Decision Desk. By the way, what's interesting is they're saying they're now showing Arizona leaning blue, which I think is really interesting. I've always thought that the Republican advantage was slightly overstated there, but we'll see.
Okay. All right. So here's the thing. So I want to get to some of our loyal streamers, viewers. Drummer 3354 is on Richard's side, just so you know, Lauren. Lauren, Richard is a dim strategist. Stop talking. Let him explain, please. Folks are tough in the comments.
All right. I'm sorry.
No. You don't have to be sorry. We like the banter, and we can disagree on this program. There are other folks who are agreeing with Richard, saying that let's all remember Democrats were terrible about hyper-focusing on only women's issues when she should have had just as much energy on the economy and middle class folks. That's messaging. Okay, so I want to bring in now some of the lemon heads because they've been standing by patiently. Tara, are you there? Tara, what say you?
Yes, I'm here. Hi, Don. Can you hear me?
I can, ma'am. How are you?
Yay. I'm well, thanks. Hi, everybody. I'm here. I'm from blackpact.org. We are a political action organization. We specialize in reparations. Having a night here with Build a Bite Bar. Just really wanted to touch on what the gentleman was saying in terms of that messaging, right? Prioritizing women's rights and abortion rights. Most of those states that have enacted these draconian laws are red states already. So these people have already voted for Republican governors to have these types of laws. Why would the Democrats think that these were going to be drivers to get people to the polls to flip those states blue, right? Those states are already red. I think that was a bad strategy. We talked about earlier about how some of the what were the topics that we were talking about in terms of being corruption and things like that. I've been holding this for a long time, so bear with me. Some of the votes and intimidation and being corruption, right? But we had third-party candidates that were removed off of ballots in Ohio and Pennsylvania, right? Is that still democracy? Is it only democracy when it matters to you? There was a point made earlier about how the trans community and the issues are being used as fear-mongering tactics to drive out Republicans, right? And someone said, well, they're only 1% of the population. However, they're getting a lot of coverage, right? We've been pushing for reparations, not only here in California, but federally. That is not nearly as much of a conversation when it comes to federal elections, or even when it comes to local, as trans issues and bathroom issues and hormone blockers and things like that for kids. They're talking about that much more than reparations and economic equality. So we have to really see where the money is going when it comes to amplifying political conversations and political agendas. It's really happening. We got to see where the dollars are going. We just have to be honest about that. There's been a lot of people turn their backs on the Democratic Party because we're not even willing to have honest conversations. So I just think that we just have to start doing that.
Thank you, Tara, the Lemonhead. If we have another Lemonhead, raise your hand. In the meantime, I want to get to Anna Marie Cox. Anna's the host of 90 Days with Anna Marie Cox. Anna, how's your anxiety level right now?
It's pretty bad. I will say, so the show was called 90 Days with Anna Marie Cox. Today's day 0. We're counting down to the election. We'll go into negative numbers starting tomorrow. And hopefully it won't be 90 days that we don't know who wins. It does look like we'll at least have one show, right? We'll at least have a negative one show. I am anxious, but also I think that's the nature of a close election. We still don't know. It's easy to look at the things and it's like an astrology, a horoscope reading at this point. If you want to find bad stuff, you'll find bad stuff. If you want to find good stuff, you'll find good stuff. And it's been like this for the past 3 elections, past 2. This will be the 3rd election it's been like this. So I am trying to not stress eat too much. I'm a sober person, so been to a couple of those meetings that I go to today. Remembering that I'm not going to know anything when I go to bed tonight. It's a relic of, a lot of these people. There's some young folks here, but I think many of us are old enough to realize it's a habit we got into, knowing who won, when we went to bed. And I think that's just over. So
You guys are
I'm
so
gonna try to remember that.
nervous. Calm down. It's going to be okay. So it's going to be okay. Let's see. Do we have this Cielo? Did I say that right? The Lemonheads?
Speaking of, I'm gonna sign off, Dawn. Have a good night.
Oh, hey, Sophia, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You added a lot of insight, and you be well. Okay, I want to meet you in person one day. Let me just tell you as well, we did a show last night, very similar to, well, not similar to this one, like our Man in the Street thing. It was live. We were at the Monument, rather. And I'm sorry, I'm hearing myself 2 seconds after I say something, so it's a little distracting. But we met this, and I started talking to this woman, and then all of a sudden she said, I'm really nervous because some people don't see me as human. And I said, why? And she said, because I'm a trans woman. And this was like the second interview we did last night, and she was walking around just to, let off some of the anxiety. Yeah. So we're glad that you could add some insight to how folks are feeling.
I appreciate
it.
Thank
you. Thank you, Sophia. Hey, Cielo, how are you?
Fine. How are you, Don?
What's on your mind? How are you feeling?
Well, I'm coming to you from Seattle, so our issues here are a little bit different. It's quite a left state. A lot of the things here have to do more with the tribal communities, where we have a lot of indigenous nations here. I'm indigenous myself. But one thing I wanted to talk about was I'm seeing that, what's his name? Ted Cruz seems to be the choice once again in Texas, which I can't understand. We just lost Joseli. She was the latest victim of the abortion bans, who desperately needed a miscarriage. She was an immigrant. She was a Latina. She was a mother. And now she's now her husband is a widow, raising a small child by himself because they just refused to give her a basic D&C. It's basic medicine. I'm also a healthcare worker. I find it appalling. And, you look at somebody like Cruz, okay, when inmate number PO 1135809, otherwise known as Donald Trump, talked about his wife like a damn dog, okay, talked about his wife like that, and he still decided to kiss the ring. The Lindsey Grahams and all these people, they're just trying to protect their seats. But we have to think about all of these people here that are affected by this, people that are dying. Women are dying. They are dying each day, dying out in parking lots while physicians and nurses like myself cannot even touch them until they are at death's door. This is so serious. Now, I still feel it's not time to panic yet, though I'm getting a little nervous and I got a little something in my cup right now to keep me, a little bit sane. I see you, Chicago. I know you know exactly what I'm talking about, right? But I still think that I'm still hoping she's going to win. That's what I went into this thinking. I'm going to give it some time. I know he's got all his fools and his clowns and all of these courts. And the last thing that I want to say to you, Don Lemon, is how upset I am about the Supreme Court. And as we were thinking about how terrible they were, but we also forgot about those those circuit courts. Judges like Cannon. What a shame she is. What a shame that is, what she did. The way she just dismissed everything. It's ridiculous. Even if Trump doesn't get in and we get Kamala tomorrow, we still have these Supreme Court justices that we have to live with for the next how many decades? Who knows? So that's it. I've said all I had to say. Thank you for letting me speak.
And you said quite a lot. And by the way, thank you very much. We appreciate that, Cielo. By the way, Washington Post has officially called Iowa for Trump. It is red.
Can I just say that Chris LaCivita is such a jerk? He literally posted the picture of Ann Seltzer and writes, "Enjoy retirement." Like, these guys, they're just such jerks.
Yeah.
By the way, Decision Desk headquarters just called Georgia. They're the first of the major forecasters to call Georgia.
Who did?
Decision Desk headquarters, which is a
Decision Desk is called Georgia for Trump.
Yeah. And
And
New York Times
Ted Cruz-
has North Carolina 95% likely for Trump as well. Decision Desk headquarters called that more than an hour ago. So, look, it's all up to the blue wall. The problem is the New York Times real-time tracker has Harris losing all three blue wall states by 2 to 3% right now. Is their prediction of the ultimate outcome.
Losing all three blue wall states.
Yeah, I'm if anybody has any good news to share anywhere in the country, I would love to hear it, but I'm looking for it and I can't find it.
I mean, Decision
For those
Desk
who
covers
don't
Arizona.
know, the blue wall states are, of course, Pennsylvania.
That's what I was gonna
Michigan,
say.
and Wisconsin.
Yeah.
And if indeed Trump, let's hope he does not officially win Georgia, but if it's starting to be called, I mean, I guess he finally found those 11,000 votes he was looking for.
Well, we have to try to laugh anyway at this point.
Yep.
Don?
Hi, Abe Gurko is here.
Hey.
Won't be silent. Who wanted to jump in?
I'm just being in a state of positivity and just letting the night keep going. But everyone's, we can't just doom and gloom ourselves because the New York Times, of all people who I have no respect for anymore anyway, when
Fair.
they cover things so slight, they just are so skewed to their advertisers. I don't know. I'm not live and die by the New York Times anymore, and haven't for a long time.
Don? Go ahead, Abe.
No, I
Go
just.
ahead. Who was talking?
I mean, whoever. I just think that we have to go hang in there. The West Coast has to start throwing in the numbers, and it'll make everybody feel good. We're getting into, a doom and gloom moment, and I think it's just a little too soon. Let's hang on to that good energy that we had at the end of last night for as long as we can,
Can I add a little bit to the doom and gloom? So I am looking at the results in Texas, which has been called for Ted Cruz, and there is a 9.5 point differential for Ted Cruz over an extraordinary, powerful ex-NFL football player, Colin Allred. And it just, honestly, gentlemen and ladies, it just feels like the country wants to be Republican. Because if anybody could have beat Ted Cruz, it would have been Colin Allred, and I figured it was going to be close.
Excuse me, I live in Texas. So here, let me respond to that.
Go ahead.
There is incredible voter suppression here. There is making it incredibly difficult to vote. It is not that the country wants to be Republicans, it's that Republicans don't want people to vote. I think it's really important.
I think it's a combination.
No, I actually don't think that's true. I think if you look at voting patterns, the young people, among others, have a more diverse and more progressive outlook, and they just don't vote as much, right? For many reasons, including the fact, like here in Texas, you can't use a college ID to vote. Like you can use a gun permit as a piece of ID, but you can't use a college ID to vote here. So that's just one way that young people are voter suppression here. Another thing, if you poll on issues nationwide, progressive ideas are popular and conservative ideas are unpopular. That to me is not a country that wants to be Republican. That to me is a country that has been brainwashed a little bit about how to talk about these ideas.
And what I said before you came on was that Democratic Party messaging is not effective.
That's not the same as the country wants to be Republican. I mean, please.
I understand based upon the information that they are receiving. I mean, Ted Cruz is almost 1 million votes more than Colin Allred. That can't all be suppression.
No, yeah, it can, by the way.
1 million votes?
Well, it's not all suppression, but it's all like mismanagement, of who can vote here, right? And I think that I also think Allred didn't run a great campaign, to be totally honest. Being here for it, he ran a really quiet campaign. A lot of people didn't even know he was running until it kind of got a little bit close. And also, he didn't distinguish himself from Ted Cruz very much. I mean, it was a lot of I don't know if I heard him talk once until the debate. So I don't know if it's the best race to compare.
To Anna Marie's point, Obama won his first term on a very progressive platform. So it's not like what's changed is the powers that be and the levers of power to kind of take back any kind of Republican ideals. But, he ran on, insurance and kind of everybody bought into that. It's just the problem with Democrats and messaging is they try to sell too many things to too many people. And the attention span of in that situation has not changed. And the reason why
all right, let's wait. Hang on. Let's not beat up on Democrats yet. It's not over. Can we be positive? Everybody's being so Debbie Downer. I think that just calm down. All right, everybody, just calm down. Anna Marie Cox, come on, tell them.
What? Well,
I know you're anxiety ridden, but it's going to be okay.
I feel anxious, but also, we're trying to tea leaf read. We're trying to horoscope read.
Still too early.
I think there's just a lot we don't know. I mean, I was looking at those voter totals in Wisconsin, and they're pretty. It's incredibly close, right? We remember how things played out We remember how things played out in 2016 and last time around. I think this is a factor of how much fear we have and PSD we have from both the 2016 election and Trump's whole presidency. There's just a lot of anxiety floating around, and it's hard not to grab onto it.
Okay, so hang on, stand by. Let's see. Let's go to the people. I like to go to the people. So, Nikki Pam, how are you? Where are you? What are you going? What's on Lemonhead? What's on your mind?
I'm in Cali with Tara. We all are feeling the doom and gloom and all that, but we have to remember, look, Cali, our polls aren't even closed. They close in a couple of minutes, like 8 minutes or so. We still got Oregon. We still got other, West Coast, states. So I don't know. I'm over here doing the math by myself, and I'm like, oh my God, what's happening?
We got people on here to do math for you.
What'd you say, Don?
I said we got folks who can do the math for you. Yes, you're right. But if any of those blue wall states go, it's not good. Again, we don't want doom and gloom. So listen, I want to bring someone in here. Let's bring in Latasha Brown.
Yay,
Latasha, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You can hear me.
I can.
Okay, good. Because I can't hear me. So
no, it's a lot going on out here, so I understand.
and I have headphones on, and I can barely. And look, I have to do it. I'm hearing myself 2 seconds later, and you know that's tough to do.
Crazy.
How are you feeling?
You know what? I'm feeling good. I'm still feeling very anchored. This is what we knew was going to be a tight race, but there's no major surprises yet, right? So I think the states that we've seen go to Trump are states that we thought would go to Trump. It's a little disappointing because I'm still trying to figure out why millions of Americans would go that way, but there's no surprises. So the night is still young.
I took a page from you, Latasha, and I went across this America. It's very difficult to do this, to hear yourself and continue. But I went across America and I started speaking to voters, and you learn a lot out there. It's very eye-opening.
It is. We're really underestimating the impact of misinformation and disinformation. Like literally people are just, what we've seen is the level of misinformation and disinformation in this election campaign. I've never seen anything like it. Out of all of my years of doing this work, I'm still hopeful that people have been responding well, and it's interesting as we talk to folks, when we give them the right information or when we give them correct information, they will respond. But it was so interesting how people would take information just because they saw it on Instagram or TikTok and run with it.
Yeah.
What does Black voters matter? Who said yeah?
Me. I love my Miss Latasha. Hi, dear.
She says hello. Latasha doesn't
Lauren.
have an earpiece.
Just tell her
That's
Lauren
Lauren
said hi.
Leader. She says hello. She loves
hi, Lauren.
Hi, hon.
Yes, it's good to see you.
Wait, but Don, will you ask her about
I
Georgia?
think
Because
that
nobody knows Georgia
in this
better than
moment,
Latasha.
We got to stay calm, let the results roll in. But I still have faith in American people that we're going to protect this democracy. I really still have faith in you.
Lauren said they haven't called Georgia, but there are, the folks who are the what desk you said? The
Decision
prediction
desk headquarters called.
Decision desk is saying 95, I believe. Am I right, Whitney? 95%?
No, the New York Times has not called it, but says it is greater than 95% chance that Trump will win Georgia.
The New York Times has not called it. They said it's a greater than 95% chance that Donald Trump will win Georgia. Lauren says, ask her about Georgia because you know more about Georgia than anyone.
Georgia's a hard state. We know that. They have not called it yet. I knew it was going to be a tight state. It was a tight state last time. There were less than 11,000 votes last time. I know that the turnout has been great, and it's been an intense election cycle, and I really felt confident that Georgia was going to literally go in this direction. So it's interesting to watch. That's the one state that has me on pins and needles right now.
Oh, that's the one.
That's the one state that has me on pins and needles at this point. I felt really confident about it earlier today, and as we went to talk to folks, there was a lot of energy and excitement. So I'm still holding the faith around it, but I'm watching the numbers very closely.
Where's the turnout compared to 2020, 2016?
What we're looking at record numbers. We're looking at early voting record numbers. I've not looked at the data, the final, the data out of who has voted. And so I know that some of the rural voters have been turning out. Some of the counties have actually had a higher voter turnout than even 2022, but I'm not certain. I've got to look at the data, and I've been out campaigning and interviewing and not really got to go back and look at the numbers.
There's always some shenanigans in Georgia.
There's always some shenanigans in Georgia. Part of it, the other piece that we've been saying that is that voter suppression does have an impact. That what we've been saying, we've never, even when Biden won Georgia, we still have been fighting voter suppression. It's just all this year. Just 2 weeks ago, we had the election board. That was a board that there's 3 Trumpsters on that board. Really wanted there to be a hand count, the certification process. We've been fighting on every turn. So the purging of voters, we've seen that. So on every turn, we've been fighting. So there is an impact of voter suppression. What we have been hoping is that we can overcome that and that we can get the numbers to overcome that. But it is still a major issue in Georgia and other states, which is why we need Kamala Harris to win so we can actually have the restoration of the Voting Rights Act.
What are you hearing from on the ground in Georgia?
What I heard on the ground today was that there was a lot of interest and excitement, and that there were lines that people were saying. There were many people who said that they were going to vote on Election Day. So we expected there to be a surge on Election Day in Georgia, and all of the folks that we have that were out on the ground said they felt pretty good about it. So, it's interesting. I'm still holding the faith and looking at what's going to happen tonight.
Did you guys hear that? Doom and
Yes.
gloomers? Did you hear that? She's very positive.
It's boosted my spirit.
No, listen, I am a black Southerner in America. I would not survive if every time I saw something that was hard and I was like, oh no, I lose the faith. I don't have that luxury. I have to believe when other people can't believe. I've got to do the work and believe in the humanity of people. And so right now I'm leaning on believing that, because what happens tonight is really a reflection of this nation. That whatever happens tonight is a reflection of this nation. So I am hoping that there is a critical mass of people around this country that really are going to stand up for going forward, not going backwards. So that's where I'm putting my hope right now.
Ben Glebe, what were you saying?
I was just going to say that was so inspiring. I'm voting twice, Don. I'm voting twice. There we go.
Dan said that's so inspiring. I'm voting twice.
And for the record, they don't clip that out. That's a joke. I was just given an extra
Let's be honest,
sticker.
you don't have any surprises. What
I was
we've
just given
seen
an extra
is
sticker. This
okay.
is not
And
a
here,
real vote.
California just called. That's not a surprise. So the night is still young. I said they just called California.
Oh, just called California, yeah.
It's not a
Yay.
surprise.
Here with the headphones on, thank goodness.
It's a lot going on, y'all, but you got to keep the faith. We got to keep the faith. What I know for sure is that the coalition of people who have been doing this work has been amazing. And particularly when you're looking at the turnout of women, it has been amazing. So I've still got to believe that literally the night is young. There's no surprises. We knew that this was going to be a tight race. You know, I think we were hoping that it would be a landslide instead of being a tight race, but we knew it was going to be a tight race. So that's not a surprise. I really still believe that we will overcome this night. I really do. I just really believe in people, that people are ultimately going to make the right choice.
I think if Georgia goes the other way that we don't like, then maybe she should call and ask for 11,780 votes.
You know, she did it. She would have a whole different kind of outcome. Why is he running? We're literally watching white male privilege on display currently in real time in this country and in this nation. And it's actually and I think what we see tonight is really greater than Trump or even VP Harris. This is really about who we are as a nation. What do we think about ourselves and what do we think about our neighbors? That's ultimately the decision that we're making tonight. This is a reflection of us. So I still believe in us. I still believe in us, Don. Come on now. Keep the faith.
I'm good. I was, right before you came, I said, come on, don't be Debbie Downers.
Don't be Debbie Downers. Y'all got to believe now. Come on now. Come on. Right. We were made for hard things. We were built for this moment. We were
Do you
built
see why I love
for
this
this
woman
moment.
so
I'm
much?
still going to believe Michigan's going to come through. Pennsylvania's going to come through. We're going to do this, y'all. Come on now.
Wisconsin's
going to come through. They better come through.
Arizona, Nevada.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Arizona. Thank you.
She was lovely, and I want.
And Arizona. Has
She's
it been
the
called?
best.
Oh, Arizona's been called. Yeah. For Trump. Okay, thank you. All right.
Oh, really?
So, guys, there you go. Yeah, that's what she says. Arizona's been called
No.
for Trump. Did we know that?
No, I don't think so.
No.
Not
I
right.
don't think so.
So, do we
That's
have?
not right.
I think we have political sis on.
Yeah.
Is she political sis somewhere?
It's not right.
Can I say something real quick? I think I might
Go
have
for
to go. Which is, I love what she had to say, and I also want to point out that I actually feel okay. Like I'm nervous and everything, but I've been doing a lot of talking to activists and organizers, and one thing that I came to believe, I believe in my heart, is no matter who wins, the work still continues, right?
Yes.
It's just a question of like whether it's going to be really, really hard or really, 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 really hard. It's going to be hard no matter what. Both candidates are imperfect and would need to be moved on things. And I do believe, I guess, contrary to Richard, there are more of us than them. I believe
I
there
agree
are more
with that.
people in this world that,
I agree.
that want, okay. I believe there are more people in this country that want justice and want to protect each other and want to do right by each other. And in the words of Tim Walz, want to leave and have it be your own damn business, whatever it is you want to do. And I believe that people will work towards that. And I want to offer to anyone who might be watching that if no matter what you feel with these results, but especially if they're disappointing to you, that the way to get through whatever hurt or disappointment you might feel is to reach out to others in your community. I am involved in mutual aid programs here, not fancy stuff. Like I take leftovers to a free fridge. And that's the kind of thing that will sustain you. And that's the kind of thing will connect you with other people who are doing big, great on the ground things. And that is the way through the future, no matter what happens on a national level, is to get connected to the people around you who are feeding each other, who are like caring for each other. That is what creates a community that then elects leaders to do even more.
Hey, Don, there is some breaking. Can I share something breaking? Because I think it's important. Sorry, really quick before you go on, Ben. Just Jen O'Malley Dillon just sent a letter to staff basically saying that the quote is, while we continue to see data trickle in from the Sunbelt states, we've known all along that our clearest path to 270 lies through the blue wall states, and we feel good about what we're seeing.
I just want to throw in, because no one said it for a while, how great Kamala was these last few weeks into this election. And just to remember that she was given a daunting task that I don't think we've never seen. And the fact that there's this level of engagement, and to Anna's point, it doesn't end no matter what happens tonight, because this is a whole new community of people that have come together in these past 90 days to try to, make a miracle happen. And if you believe in miracles, great. But no matter what the outcome is, the miracle of people coming together on this level, people who have joined from the Republican Party over, I mean, that's like a testament to what we all did as Democrats, even though we're known for being the worst messengers. But we know how to come together. It's the way the women's movement came together in 2017. It's the way the Black Lives Matter movement came together in 2020. So I just think that there's another thing that can come together no matter what tonight's outcome is with our community. That's on the.
So I have some good news. I actually have some good news. I've been watching the results coming in from Arizona, and it's essentially tied with 50% of the vote in. And what that means is that even, God forbid, but even if we lost Wisconsin, which has 10 electoral college votes, if we pick up Arizona with 11 electoral college votes, we're good.
Yep. It was always one or the other. I don't think they ever thought they were going to get both.
Yeah.
And Marie, I just want to clarify that I believe that the Democratic Party is the party of America, American policies, American values. Absolutely. I just don't believe we've made the case from a messaging and communication standpoint. And we've allowed Fox News and the other crazy people who are saying very different things about who we are as a party to actually break through.
And here's, I think, where we're talking about different things, which is you're talking about the Democratic Party, and I'm talking about the American people and what their values are, and how I think that connecting with people on the ground level is the way that you get candidates who accurately reflect what those people want. And I don't know if we're getting that right now, right? On many different
Savannah area.
Oops.
I don't think it's a question of candidates.
Okay.
Yeah. I have to go in a second, so I just wanted to chime in and say one last thing before I have to bounce, Don. And thank you so much for having me. Just a couple of last thoughts is that I think what Anna said about trying, and what Abe said about trying to all, make sure that we rally during good times or bad to create the future we want, that's essential. It's very important. We have to do that and never rest on our laurels. But I also think no matter how tonight shakes down, it seems clear it's going to be too close for comfort regardless. And if things end in a way we don't want or in a way we do and it's close, I just hope we don't write it off to, again, being simply about messaging, because Richard always speaks beautifully about how the messaging from the left is weak and is not as effective, even though the issues that the left fights for are what the vast majority of the country wants. But it's not just that. It also is that I think it has become where we are on the left too soft. We're on the left too soft with putting hard lines in the sand, with not letting the wind carry us to whatever opinion needs to be carried. I think the example of the Harris campaign putting completely opposite ads about Israel and Palestine on the air, depending what neighborhood, does not speak well. That's not the hard opinion and definitive leadership that you see oftentimes from the right, and certainly not from Trump, who's, again, you don't need to keep saying how psycho he is, but he also is very definitive and not afraid to put lines in the sand. And we need to, I think, develop a little bit more of a backbone and not be afraid to offend. We have to stand for what we stand for. We have to stand for what we believe in, but also not just be pulled to whatever demographic or whatever moment wants us to be pulled out of fear of not losing people. I don't think you win elections or lead nations to greatness by leading out of fear. You have to have a very firm set of values that you can listen, you can adjust, but you can't blow around like the wind takes you and expect to inspire great confidence in people that you have a vision for the future.
Yeah, I just, Ben, thanks for your comments. I know you have to go. I have to step off in a minute too. I couldn't disagree more. I think it's completely unfair to say that she didn't have a backbone because she was inclusive and tried to build what you have to do to win a democratic election. And I'll just say that, the United States is not alone. There are like a half a dozen nations around the world that have gravitated towards
if not more
authoritarian kinds of leaders, if not more. You look at Meloni in Italy. You look at what Le Pen has almost done in France. You look at what's happened, all over Southeast Asia. It is a human condition that people are drawn to autocrats. And that's not because the good guys, the people who support democracy, didn't have their messaging together. It's because through the history of the world, there has always been, this kind of pull towards autocracy. In a world where we're also putting an autocrat up against a woman, all of the sort of gender bias around what do we think means a strong leader, there are still lots of people in this country who think that only a man looks like a leader. I was on a show with Newt Gingrich the other day who said Kamala Harris doesn't look like a leader. So the night is not over. We have not seen the answer yet. But I think it's not fair to lay all of this at the feet of somebody who was trying to bring the country together at a time when a lot of forces have been working, including foreign actors, to tear us apart. So Don, I love you. It's been a great night. I have to go.
I agree, Lauren. I just want to reply to that quickly. I agree with some of what you're saying. I'm not saying Kamala Harris doesn't have a backbone. I'm just saying we can't keep living in a reality where we wish people were different than they are, where, just like you said, there is a pull towards autocratic leaders. There is a pull towards for some reason, fascism is attractive, so we can keep on acting as though that's not the case and hoping, or we can just be more strategic. We can be a little tougher on certain issues, and we can make sure that we win the future more consistently, so we don't constantly have this ping-ponging between what obviously is better values to lead a nation evolving into the future and pulling us regressively into the past. There needs to be strategy and very smart politics that make sure you win that, if it has to be a bit slower at times, to make sure you win consistently rather than swinging so far and trying to please everybody, which sometimes I think the Democrats do. The Republicans aren't afraid to piss people off. They aren't afraid to put their line in the sand for the issues that they care about and let the chips fall where they may. And I think that aspect of it inspires people, like you said, like you admitted, that people are drawn to that kind of strong leadership. So whether it's a man or a woman, I just think we can take some lessons from that into the future.
Well, I'm not sure the lesson is to make all our leaders become like autocrats. I would not vote for anybody who starts to behave like Trump. So I know, but that's kind of where we get left. So I hear you. I appreciate it. It's been a great night, Don. I have to leave. Love you. Wait.
You're muted, Don.
Yeah, no, I'm not muted.
We got you back.
It's just even the networks, because I just went on another network when I stepped away for a little bit ago, and they are having connectivity issues. So it's just so much media here, and everybody's on. Yeah, thank you, Ben. See you later.
Thank you, brother. See you soon.
Don,
hi, Gretchen Barton. How are you?
Hey. Can I just share some final
Whitney,
thoughts,
thank
Don,
you.
before I have to run?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, Don. There's a little bit of a delay here. So look, I hate to be the bearer of bad tidings, but I think the election's over. It's now 90% likely, according to the New York Times. Every betting site's above 90%. It looks like Trump is going to win all 7 swing states by at least 2 percentage points. He's going to win the popular vote by 1 to 1.1 points. So it's not completely over, but it would require, I mean, a 1 in 10 shot is beyond pulling an inside straight for those of you who are poker players. So unfortunately, it looks like there will not be, I've been following the Senate races. Ohio's gone. It looks like Gallego and Rosen are going to hold on in Arizona and Nevada, but looks like we're going to lose Pennsylvania, and Michigan and Wisconsin Senate races are now toss-ups. It's not going to make any difference because the Senate is going to be a Republican majority, but Democrats aren't going to flip a single seat and may well end up with only 45 or 46 seats. So I wish I could have better news to leave you with this evening, and I'm going to pop an Ambien and hope that some miracle has occurred overnight. Because this is, you know, I have fought hard for this, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but at the end of the day, I'm looking at the numbers, and 76% of the vote is in Pennsylvania, 65% of the vote is in Wisconsin, 32% is in Michigan, and it is. I was hoping for a blue wave, and instead we've got a red wave. It looks like the polls have underestimated Trump again by about 3 percentage points, and it's consistent across the entire country. So that is my grim report, and I'm signing off and going home to, I fear, a near suicidal wife.
Oh my goodness. Bye, Whitney.
Sorry, Gretchen.
So,
If you're
Whitney,
seeing anything
Whitney,
else,
I would
tell
just
me.
like to say, you're reminding me of the pediatrician that gives the kid the shot and then runs out the door as they start crying. So, good to see you, my friend.
Good to see you, and I hope your internal stuff is showing something different than what I'm looking everywhere for any glimmer of hope here, and I haven't found any. Have you seen anything, Gretchen?
Well, I mean, look, I'm not ready to make a call, and I'm definitely not the person that predicts the future. At this point, with the information that we have, I think there's still a lot of ballots that need to be counted. I know that I understand the odds of things, and of course, my heart is beating very quickly, and I'm watching as the numbers come in. But I mean, I think the things to reflect on at this moment are really the extraordinary campaign that Kamala Harris has had, and in such a short time, in 107 days, what was stood up, I think, was for the books. I'm in awe of what the campaign did and has done. And I have to say too, you know, one of the things that we study at Worthy Strategy Group is how people perceive women and women as leaders. And one of the things that we find consistently, even amongst progressive, multiracial young people, the future, right? Only 22% of the time do they ever identify women as their ideal leaders. And even when you look at men as a category within that sample, they will pick women dead last in terms of their ideal leaders. So we know that there is this bias in our country against women that just exists. It's just the thing. We have to get past it, but it is a thing. And I think that that's why it is so extraordinary, having followed this election over the past year, looking at Biden's numbers and where we were in all of the swing states with Joe Biden. We were down 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 points in each of the swings. It was a bloodbath. And then Kamala Harris came on board, and all of a sudden it was a competitive race. And so I think it's just a really important moment to note the extraordinary nature of this campaign and how far we've come. I'm not willing to have a postmortem yet, but I wanted to say that, and also, hi guys, it's good to see you all.
Hi.
Gretchen? Yeah. And
I
is
have a happy
did Whitney
thought.
leave? I can't see.
Whitney left.
I have a happy silver lining thought if anybody would like to hear it.
Sure.
Let's go for it.
In a week from today, Judge Marchand could sentence Donald Trump to prison. So there you go.
The worst part of that is that then he's
Well, come on.
build
I don't
a
know about
story in
that.
the news. The fact remains that the worst part of this is that the media is going to continue to give him the air and the time, and that's the
Gretchen?
unfortunate part of the whole thing.
Yes, John. I can hear you too, Abe.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Who can't we? I think we can
We need to do an interpretive
hear
dance.
our host, but whatever.
I know. I agree with what you said.
I think there's still time to maneuver. I want to just remind people again, like the way that our system is set up, rural places get counted first, urban places get counted slower. There have been massive problems with ballots in Nevada getting like their signatures examined. There will be ballot curing that happens for days after the election. Ballot curing meaning, of course, like people whose ballots have been under question for in some way, but they still have a chance to fix them. In Georgia, when Biden managed to win Georgia, the margin that he won by included some of the ballot. It must have included some of the ballots that were cured correctly. So it's not over. It doesn't look great. I think I did allow myself to believe that there was going to be a lot of. I saw that Iowa poll like everybody else, and I thought that might mean more than it wound up meaning. But I just come back to, and maybe everyone here knows this, I come back to it's not over yet. I come back to something that's been helpful to me in my own like personal journey, which is panic never helps. You don't make good decisions when you're panicked. You don't make good decisions when you're hopeless. And there's always more work to do. I was fortunate enough to interview Peggy Flanagan, the Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota last week. And she reminded me, like she's an Indigenous person and like they've survived much worse than whatever Trump is going to do if he's president.
Amen.
And
I'd like to throw
that.
Oh, go ahead. I'm
And
sorry.
that population has survived much worse than Trump can ever do to this country, I think. And now an Indigenous person is Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota. So there is a way through no matter what happens. It's just a question of harder or hardest. And so whoever's listening, I guess I just want to make sure I put that out there. And again, I'll put a shout out to like, if you are hopeless tomorrow, find a food bank, find a place to like, if you're a churchy person, you might try that. Try to find a place to sign up. If you sign up to do phone banking to cure ballots. Hope and action are really hard, or hopelessness and action are hard to exist in the same heart. So
beautifully said.
That's brilliant and right on the money. And I just would like to add one other thing. When Trump ran in 2016, he ran on 4 promises. I will bring back manufacturing. Your healthcare will get better and cheaper. Mexico will pay for the wall, and I will drain the swamp. He had a Republican House, a Republican Senate, and a Republican Supreme Court, and went 0 for 4 on those promises, which was a demonstration of the complete ineptness of that administration, which was really just a criminal operation masquerading as an administration. Trump has not gotten 8 years smarter, and he still has no idea how the levers of government actually perform. And I believe very strongly he'll be dealing with a Democratic House led by Hakeem Jeffries, which he did not have to face in his first term. So if this plays out as I am now beginning to fear that it's going to play out, there are guardrails in place that he didn't face the first time. And we will have to be more vigilant. We will have to work harder and dig deeper. I believe very strongly that the likelihood of his still being alive, functional in 4 years is pretty remote, which means we're more likely going to be dealing with President Vance. And that's a campaign I'd like to run tomorrow. So let's all just sort of hang in there, see what this night brings us, and then decide what it is we're facing.
Oh, and Anna's taken off. Bye, Anna.
yes, I have to go, but it's actually nice to say goodbye, not just put it in the chat. And I will give Don my love on some other occasion. But it was really nice to meet the few of you I haven't met before. Hi to everyone watching out in computer land. And don't give up the fight. When we fight, we win, and elections aren't everything.
That's
So, yeah.
right. Thanks,
So
Nina.
great to see you. Billy, I wanted to respond to what you said. I think the American people received the clearest of all possible warnings that I've ever seen in my political life when Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, said that Donald Trump was a fascist to his core. John Kelly, who spent more time with Donald Trump in the Oval Office than any human being, said he was a fascist. Dick Cheney, Liz Cheney, everybody said he's dangerous. And I'm not just a political strategist. I used to be a lawyer. And I just think that our fight, whether it's J.D. Vance or Donald Trump, and I agree with you, and I think J.D. Vance is worse, our fight will be to have our institutions hold, because what lawyers understand is that our system of checks and balances are not rock solid, that all you need to do is appoint an attorney general who refuses to honor the independence and the rulings that come from the judicial branch or the legislation that comes from the legislative branch. And I could guarantee that without these guardrails, that Donald Trump is going to pick an attorney general who will allow Donald Trump to do whatever he wants and to ignore whatever he wants. And we have a role model for this. Vladimir Putin does exactly what he wants. There are no checks and balances. And are we going to move that far in the next 4 years? Honestly, again, I don't want to be a frickin' Debbie Downer, but every lawyer that I know, every journalist I know who has been studying this is freaked out because our constitutional checks and balances are not as rock solid as we've thought them to be for 230 something years. So I think we have to be really vigilant. We're in for a fight if Donald Trump does pull this victory out tonight.
The reality is that we have to be rebels.
Sorry.
No, there's nothing to apologize for. I mean, earlier there was Anna was saying, I mean, I don't think the Native Americans that had survived worse than what Donald Trump's going to bring. You know, the Jews who survived the Holocaust survived that. You know, survival is not what's at stake here. What's at stake here is how do we keep motivated and how do we keep galvanizing to do what needs to be done with whatever he decides to do, with whatever people he puts into power. I mean, that's what the underground is for. That's what do we do? What do we do? Well, I guess in my at this tender age, not what I would like to think I would be capable of doing to all these quote unquote Gen Z people that they put hope in. I mean, let's see at the end of the day how much Gen Z affected this race against Kamala. So I just think that this is the time for us to, if we're mad, we need to stay mad and figure out and find the right people to help us use this energy in a way that's going to battle whatever. I mean, what's he going to put Mike Flynn in charge of the military? I mean, we just have to figure out what needs to be done. And
just one last thing, and then I have to jump. And Billy, you can disagree with me on this. And Gretchen, you and I have talked a lot about messaging. For me, it does come back to messaging and education. I have been begging the Democratic Party to take advantage of this warning from our highest generals in the country about this word fascism. And the bottom line is because we did not educate the American people about what fascism is and how it would and could and now potentially will affect their daily lives and their rights to protest, the rights to do anything, because we didn't educate, because we didn't message about that, people voted for a fascist without knowing who and what they were voting for. And I put that blame again on the Democratic Party. So, Billy, I'd love your thoughts on that. You're a messaging guru as well.
My belief is that it's too sophisticated and too big of an idea to be part of a political campaign. You know, when When January 6th happened, I wrote to all of my electeds that I do messaging for the next day, and I said, please don't call it a coup. Please don't call it an insurrection. Just call it a crime. Because no one in America knows what a coup is, but everybody knows what trespassing is. Everybody knows what assault of a police officer is. Everybody knows that if you're in your office and there are a bunch of lunatics coming down the hallway and you have to barricade the door with a 300-pound safe, everybody knows what a workplace lockdown is. If you could put it in those terms people could understand, I thought we had a winner. And we insisted on talking about the pillars of democracy and the temples of justice, and I think we were flying over the heads of the American people. I think ultimately, the more we scream about fascism, the more we seemed hysterical. Where I would agree with you, Richard, is I think we will now be able to make it a very different way in the next 2 and 4 years, because we're actually going to experience it.
I just want to say,
stop being theoretical.
Billy, listen, I love your concretization of messaging, and you're one of the best out there around that. I just want to say, what does Pete Buttigieg do? What did Barack Obama do? What did Bill Clinton do? Great communicators have this unique ability to take abstract, complicated, sophisticated concepts and make them real and concrete and powerful and put a point on the edge of that arrow. And we did not do that with this gift of having this man be called a fascism by the biggest military leaders in our country. Anyway, we're in for a ride. We're going to need all of this collective wisdom, and Dawn's as well. Hi, Dawn. I love you. Gretchen, Billy, Abe, I got to jump for another show. Let's pray that we're wrong and it all turns around and those 3 states save us. But
Well, thank you so much, Richard. I'd like to offer, great to see you, friend. I'd like to offer just an alternative perspective here. I mean, one of the things that we do is we ask Americans to bring in images of their experience of government across America. And it's kind of a running joke with my team that we should make a book filled with pictures of potholes, because when we ask Americans to bring in the images of their experience of government, they bring in pictures of potholes, and it represents so many things to them. But the book would be Potholes Across America, and it's not. No one is saying anything to them about said pothole, but the pothole says everything to them. And the experience of government, the absence of it, or the presence of it, is something that I don't think can be distilled down to a couple of words or a clever turn of phrase. I think, what we're seeing on the ground is sort of the continual story of Americans, where they look at, a really a blazing hot economy, and they don't feel it for some reason. They don't feel it viscerally. They don't feel the benefits of an economy that's doing well. They don't understand what's happening internationally. They don't somehow connect the dots. And I feel like that's going to be the continued work of Democrats, the party of government, to find ways to translate that. But I don't look at Democrats and think, gosh, they did a bad job here. I don't think everyone likes to say Democrats are terrible one way or another. I don't think that that's the case. I think that we're up against a huge wall of disinfo, of winning the electoral college. It's like dancing backwards in heels. There were a lot of challenges baked into this election, and I think that Democrats really performed admirably, even though you look at where we're at. But I think that there's a lot of other system issues and experience issues that are feeding into what we're seeing tonight.
We go back. Mike is muted.
I think we
have it muted. No, no, they can hear you. I can't hear them. It's a little bit. Maybe can't hear you now. Okay, I know, but I can't hear them. Can you? Okay, why can't?
In any event, I agree. I think we did teamwork. This was what teamwork looks like, and I think it's almost like we're just not fully realized in terms of what we need to really see the top of the mountain, which is where a woman would be the president. I mean, I've been a one issue voter this entire campaign. It's changed over the past year, and then specifically since Kamala came on board. And I just wanted to feel the difference of how would a woman in a president in this country impact things, nuances, little things. That became my one thing. And when and that is the unfortunate thing that, you know, whether it does or doesn't happen is something that, you know, is what I would like to say one day I could say Madam President, and not in Israel or somewhere else or every other country but in America. That's where I'm at. I was raised by women and my dad died young, and I just think that women can achieve great things. And I do think Kamala really was amazing in this moment. And could she have done X, Y, Z, 1, 2, 3? Actually, 3 weeks or 4 weeks ago, I was on with Don, and the two of us were saying, she needs to do Saturday Night Live. She needs to be here. And so forth. She started ticking off all these things that we were just like screaming into the wind that she should do. And I think, you know, my senator, Kamala Harris, is who I would have loved to have seen from out of the gate after the debates and stay that was the character that she came back to being as senator.
I would change that a little bit, Abe, and this is my fear. My fear is I think she ran a perfect campaign. I think she was flawless. I'm big on pointing out to Democrats where I think they're stepping on landmines. I think she ran a brilliant campaign. She never played identity politics. She made it about freedom. She made it about community. She talked a lot about chaos. She picked the right guy. There's nothing she did that I would have changed. And this is actually my fear. If tonight plays out as it seems to be playing out, we're going to look back and we're going to say that Donald Trump ran against women twice and beat them both, and ran against a man once and couldn't win. And what does that say about America? And not only what does it say about American men, what does it say about American women? I think part of the reason why we were all so excited earlier in the day, and up until about 4 hours ago, I was absolutely sure she was going to win and win big, was because women were outvoting men 55 to 45 all across the country, particularly in the swing states. And I assumed that meant that she was going to trounce. But I'm not sure she got all those women voters. And I guess I would turn it back to Gretchen to ask, what is it in the female psyche in America that makes it harder for even women to believe that a woman should be president?
This is when I'd like to turn to our new guest, political. What's wrong with us women? Huh?
I don't know. Like, hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hello, everyone.
Nice to meet you.
Death tax
Can
is
y'all
Wayne
hear
County,
me?
Pennsylvania.
Yes. Yes.
She said she has the audio.
Okay.
Are you guys now hearing me somehow?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Hi, Don.
I thought that was a very good question to ask, because I think there's, look, we know the sign, and then you not only you had a woman, but you had a woman of color on top of that. Two things that you need to overcome.
Yeah. I'd like to say one thing, and I just said one of the things that my team worked on was the Julia Roberts ad and the George Clooney ad that featured a woman in the voting booth and voting differently than maybe her partner might like, and in order to give her permission and structure. And that came from a lot of research that we did, where we found that a lot of women felt very pressured or had been pressured by their male partners to vote a certain way. And we wanted to make sure that women felt, equipped and given a sense of permission to vote their conscience and to vote as they like. And I think, there is a lot in our society right now where women do feel pressured or are in a certain mindset where they may not vote for their best. Oh God, I don't even want to say it. They may not vote as they wish, or they may vote against things that would be good for women. And I think it just speaks to a lot of like larger structural ongoing cultural work that we need to do. I know that women are more likely to vote for women than men are. So there's something there. I don't know. What do you think, Political Sis? I'm going to go over to you.
By the way, thank you all. I really appreciated the chance to talk with you. But I actually have to go. Thank you for this interview. Night, Gretchen.
Night.
Did y'all want me to? Okay. Well, hello, everyone. Look, I'm in North Carolina. We are a little upset. It looks like he's going to win North Carolina. He was picking up grounds in cities where he just shouldn't have. We really need to understand civics.
Can you guys hear me now?
Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. This is the first of 7 battleground states.
You
Right?
guys can't hear me. Oh my gosh, that's great. Thank you. Hey, Political Sis, thank you for joining us. Sorry, look, everyone is having connectivity issues here, so sorry about that.
That's okay.
You're saying
207.
I was saying that I think within especially within my community that we really need to.
Donald Trump, this is the first of 7 battleground states.
I'm hearing a different microphone.
Watching with eagle eyes.
What if we do this? What if we?
Yeah, Jay, remember what I told you a few hours?
Is that I mean, can y'all hear me? Y'all can hear me? Okay. I think Don froze.
Yeah, this is Nikki here. Don's having some connectivity issues in the field, but we are working on getting him up and running.
Okay. We see him though. We see him. But no, I think, look, North Carolina, I was at the watch party and I'm like, okay, she's not going to win North Carolina, even though I was blasting on Twitter or X that she was going to win. Fine, but that doesn't mean she's not going to win other states, right? But it just looked like she was doing so good. The momentum was there in North Carolina. It was here in North Carolina. But it appears that women voted for Trump, right? It appears that women voted against their own interests. It appears that we have to see the data, but it appears that more Black women voted for Trump.
What?
So we need to understand civics. We really do. Because in North Carolina now, Josh Stein, he did win the election, but we still have a supermajority, which makes him irrelevant. So we have a 12 weeks abortion ban. You best believe it's going to be either a 9 weeks or 6 weeks. And who's it going to affect the most? It's going to affect women who look like me the most. And the fact that we're going to have to see these deaths, because they're going to happen, right? They're going to happen. That's just a fact. It's going to happen. But the fact that we voted for this man,
that this is something that portends well.
Are you guys there? Can you hear me now?
What we do know is it's even more evidence that
Can Gretchen, you did hear me? Abe,
yeah.
Political Sis.
and that
What were you saying? As we were listening, you were talking about Black voters and Black women voters. What are you talking about there?
It appears that, look, we don't have the raw data or data, but even if
a big conversation about abortion. That is not where it's going. It seems like you're seeing that male turnout.
Go ahead.
It appears that
I think
women, like over 50% of women voted early here in North Carolina, the early voting, over 50%. And it appears that it didn't go VP Harris's way, right? It appears that it went, I could be wrong, but it appears that it went Trump's way. And for the life of me in North Carolina, what are we doing? Earlier, I heard a young man, a black man. I was listening to him, young man, and he was saying, "Oh, I'm voting for Trump. My parents, they have always voted Democrats, but now they are voting for Trump." And the first thing that came to my mind was like, "Well, damn, my community, we really need to understand how civics works. We just really shot ourselves in the foot." And the fact that we don't even see that, a lot of us don't see that. And by the time we start screaming and crying, it's going to be too late. There's no marching. That's irrelevant. That's done. If this man wins, that's done. You can march all the hell you want to, but it doesn't matter because he's either going to unallow, kill your ass, or you'll be locked up. But that's what we chose.
Yeah.
But we shall see. I don't know. I got a note from Whitney Tilson again. I don't like to be a Debbie Downer here. But according to Whitney says, unfortunately, it looks like it's over. And, Whitney is just down here. I don't know if you agree with that, Justin. Do you think it's too early or you think it's over?
Yeah, I think it's too early. I mean, I could be just the most Pollyanna-ish person alive.
And I was only speaking for North Carolina, not the whole.
Totally. And look, I'd be lying if I didn't tell you I wasn't nervous. Of course, I know what outcome I want, and right now it doesn't look like an easy path to get there. But I, do remember the Red Mirage. I do remember, past 2020, I believe, right, where we had to count the mail-in ballots. We still have a lot of ballots to count in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. We're hearing from Jen Malio-Dillon that she's still optimistic that we're going to be able to pull this through. So I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up hope, and I'm kind of putting a pin in that, and I'm just gonna wait and see. I think Whitney is a little bit more decisive than I am in terms of the outcomes of elections. He makes bets like that all the time. For me, I've just seen too many signs with the Harris-Walz campaign that give me the sense that they were moving in the right direction towards a victory. From the rallies and the enthusiasm, the way that it connected with people. I don't see. I'm not ready to call it there.
They didn't have they really didn't have enough time. I mean, Trump has been running for 4 years, and it's like, considering the situation we found ourselves in, that she found herself in, I think, it's still going to be bravo. I just think that, Joe Biden won in 2020 because it was very simple. He was going to save the soul of America. And everyone understood that, felt it, bought into it. It was 3 or 4 or 5 words. And the thing that Kamala had to do in that short period of time is explain what she was going to do for this one, for that one. And, and of course it's going to be hard to message. It has to be 5 words. Yes, you can have, we know we're Democrats. We want everybody to have everything. That's our problem, is that we are too open-hearted in a world that clearly, when you look at the votes, are very kind of narrow in how they think in their worldview, and the majority, and I agree with what Anna was saying. There's more of us that really want to have progressive things happen in this world, but I just think you can't necessarily use that as your platform when you have people that have to hear 5 words that can really sink into their soul from their heart. And as much as, we all loved her, it was because we were rooting for her. But it wasn't enough time for that to happen, for her to zero in on that few words that could just say that, even if she would have said, I'm gonna, I'm still saving your soul, when you take, compared to that. And that's what I think that, by not being more aggressive, that's what, when she was senator and she was the Kavanaugh hearings, that was the person that needed to run every single day, not again, we all fell in love with her because we wanted to not have to listen to that slob for the next 4 years or however counting. But I just, I'm not going to live in a place where it's like, oh my God, fascism. Like, for someone whose parents survived the Holocaust, I know all too well what that idea feels like since childhood. And he's not fabulous enough to put that all together. You know what I mean? And the yuckleheads that he is assembling, or that we see already inching in to be with part of him, aren't that kind of smart and sophisticated and educated, which is what the German population was cultured people who, anal retentive clean. You know what I mean? Like, it's not.
Let me jump in here, because I think this says, as I've been saying, this says more about America. This is what America wants. We keep saying America's not this, America's not that. The Republican Party's not this, the Republican Party's not that. It is. It is. The Republican Party is MAGA now. America is a racist, sexist country. Let's just face it. I mean, I don't believe that there is a lie there. So, I just don't. We have any lemon heads we can talk to? I want to go to the people. I want to hear what the people have to say. Who can jump on? Are you guys in Lemonhead land? Who is that speaking now? You're muted.
You all can hear me?
Now we can hear you, yes.
Awesome. So yeah, I truly believe that I believe in what Kamala said. She said this was going to be a close one. I believe in the energy that she created. I intentionally made sure to be active so that when this time came, I was not, in a worried state. So I attended multiple rallies. I actually volunteered in both Nevada and Wisconsin. And so I think the reality is we just have to wait until it's all said and done. We also know that Nevada and several other states, there were issues with mail-in ballots and them being properly counted. And so to be at this point and sort of calling it and throwing our hands in the air is not what she ran on. She ran on being strong, and she ran on running the race and eating those for breakfast. So I refuse to sit here at 11 o'clock and be sour about it. It's not over. So yeah.
I want to say something, if you don't mind. I think Don was talking though. I can't hear him.
Don, you're muted.
Sorry, no, I couldn't hear you guys. Sorry. Yes.
Okay.
I
wanted
Lisa
to say.
Cole, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay.
I
wanted to say for me, like I said, again, here in North Carolina, when I'm talking about my state, the disappointment in my state, right? I'm talking about the state that freed the slaves. The state where slaves came to, where we gave the Union ultimate. Hey, you want us to fight the Civil War with you? Well, this is what y'all have to do for us. I'm talking about my state. I'm not talking about the entire country. I want to make sure we understand that I'm definitely not giving up, but I am upset about my state because it was just she did so damn good here. There's nothing she did wrong. She did everything right. Her ground game was superb. I have not known for a Democratic candidate to go Eastern Carolina the way she did. Superb. But we can't, even if I hope she wins. I'm still saying she's going to win. But we have to realize this is what a lot of America is, right? The fact that women are not open to seeing to what's going on, what this man has done to us. That's not okay. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's like we live in an abusive relationship. You know what I mean? It's almost like I always said it my whole life. It's like, would you ever go and take a test and you know the answers, but intentionally write down the wrong answer? That's actually.
And look, even if she doesn't win, she doesn't win North Carolina. Let's keep in mind, Biden didn't win North Carolina. That's okay, right? So that doesn't mean she's not going to win, right? We still have Pennsylvania, right? We still have Nevada. We still have Wisconsin, Arizona. We still have Arizona too. I don't know about Arizona, but we still have Arizona too. So look. I don't know. Has Iowa been called?
Yes.
Yes, for her, for him.
Iowa has been called for
I
Trump.
mean, polls, schmoes. Who could look? The polls was never going to help us. I mean, polls. I mean, the Iowa poll. Everyone was talking about it, and 2 days later, they're still talking about a poll. No offense to any Iowans, like a state that would have never. I mean, why were we even talking about Iowa? It's like talking about Nebraska. And I mean, it's just everything that we know is red should just just like not try to make hay where the sun don't shine. That was shocking. But again, people want to believe. They take on whatever they could hold on to with a sense of hope. And I just would like to say, no matter, okay, whatever the outcome is, we will just be continuing to learn that who is your neighbor, and just to be like, but I think the Democrats did a great attempt at pulling this together.
Absolutely.
I think, you can't not say that we didn't have our heart on our sleeve and it was like Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland. Come on, kids, we're putting a show in the barn, like let's do it. And that's the energy that built this country.
Can I say something about this? Because I've been watching this. I do think, look, I understand the forces that are against her, and I don't want to crap on the Democrats. But I also think that they should have allowed her to be her and get out there a lot. Right? They were running a very, very safe campaign. And I understand for many reasons why they were doing it. But I thought it was almost too safe. I thought because of the circumstances, because of the short sort of truncated time that they had to do it, I said just take the brakes off and hit the accelerator and ignore all of those things about the black woman and the rules are different. Okay, great. Then I would have showed my ass. I would have just gotten out there and said, screw you. This is what I'm doing. I don't care. I can't believe you guys are doing. You're asking me that question when you have a man who's done this? I just think a little too safe. Again, perfect, very qualified, more qualified than Donald Trump, obviously. And I'm not saying this is Kamala Harris. I'm just saying it is. I think the advisors around her, they did a good job, but in many ways it didn't help her. I felt like, if you want me to be honest, I felt like they were running a campaign for a white woman trying to appeal to black people, rather than just letting her be a black lady out there. And I think they sort of even marginalized black media and sort of turned it into a niche thing, as if they were, again, like a white woman candidate. They should have just been dropping in on all of these, people of color on their shows and just, just talking to them as if it's not like, now we're going to go out and make this effort for the black community. She should have been part of who she is and just a natural part of the campaign, rather than making some sort of niche thing. That's how I think.
I think that's a really interesting perspective, Don. I mean, I we'll never know. I mean, that's the funny thing about politics. You can never run the same campaign twice and like try it again and see how it would have been if she had been looser or different or a little bit more of a live wire.
Right, and I realize you're right, Gretchen. I'm Monday morning quarterbacking. But I've also been, if you pay attention to me, I've been saying this, Abe.
Oh, for sure.
Saying this since she entered the race.
Oh, no doubt. No, for sure. And I don't know. I mean, you could be right. I don't know. For me, but yeah. I mean, look, I would not have wanted to be her. I would not have wanted to handle all of the diverse coalition that is the Democratic Party in a time where a lot of issues are blowing up. It was hard. It is a lot easier to be Donald Trump than it is to be Kamala Harris for a lot of different reasons, which I won't expound on. But I will say that, one of the things that we saw with the American electorate over the past year was a strong move towards people looking for calm and order and community and saying, like, I think that the world's a mess. I think that the US is a mess. Somehow I don't feel like things are stable, and I want someone to be a stabilizing force. And I think that, Donald Trump obviously wanted to run the election on strength, right? That was his whole shtick. I'm strong. Biden's not. Look at me. Look at him. You know, and when Kamala Harris came in, she worked to redefine what strength meant. She talked about stability. She talked about what she would do. And I think what she had a very long to-do list, because she was addressing a lot of the biases of the American people and saying like, no, let me help you reimagine this and this and this and this and this. And that was hard to do. I'm in awe of her, that she did what she did.
100%.
I think you're right about that.
With the best hair that we've ever seen running for anything in this country. The hair alone.
Look, watching her come down those steps and being, I mean, at the DNC, I was just like, and I'm never, like, don't get me wrong, I'm never, but when she came out, I was just like, she got this. You know, like she's so natural and just so natural. Everything about her is natural and beautiful and loving. And I just don't understand for the life of me. Did we forget this man didn't do any, like, did we forget about COVID? Did we forget what he has done? What he did? Did we forget when it comes to the PPP loans and Black small businesses, how they were affected, how he made sure that they was the last to get anything? Did we forget about that? Did we forget about the fact that it was Biden administration with her who came in and corrected that? I mean, just ask small Black businesses in Durham, North Carolina. It's like we seem to forget about these things because we don't educate ourselves on these things, because we want to talk about a stimulus check, who, by the way, if it wasn't for the Democratic Party, we wouldn't have that check. I mean, the fact that a lot of my brothers will argue with me, don't believe shit I say, but then they'll turn around and listen to this man here who has done everything to make their lives a living hell.
Yeah, well, you're right about that. I don't know if you guys remember Abe and Gretchen went across the road to the convention, and I was like, hey, listen, there's an issue here, there's an issue there, there's an issue with Black men, whatever. I told the campaign, they didn't listen. Again, look, I hope that she pulls it out. I think that, it doesn't look great, but it's not over. It ain't over till it's over, right? And I do believe
remember that speech that you should have given to her? That speech you did? But
that was that after the debate? What was that after? That was after the debate, right?
That was after the debate, when she went into a 2-week quietish moment. That's when they were just changing out. I think Pluff had just come in, and it was a kind of turmoil and hysterical. And I'm sure it was, a documentary soon to be on, streaming. But I just think that, there was, again, my senator should have been there straight through the end, from day one and she found it again at the end. I have to say, she was presidential. You could believe that she could take that job and segue right into that. And, it's almost, that doesn't even matter anymore. What matters is how we handle ourselves as people going forwards to kind of just make this place a better, to educate and be a better kind of, wait a second, a better world. Like, what do we got to do?
Somebody's trying to call you. They need a little pep talk, Abe.
But do we realize right now that if this man becomes the president, do we realize we are screwed when it comes to the Supreme Court? Because Alito and Thomas, they're probably going to retire.
Right.
They're probably going to retire.
There goes the Supreme Court political sis. You're right.
There goes the Supreme Court. Like, we're not little. The environmental justice that affects our community the most, Don. Like, I don't understand it. I really don't. And I get it. Look, I get it. I do not expect for everybody to be.
I understand it. I get it.
I don't expect for everyone to be nerds like like me and you. Like, Don, I saw your TikTok earlier from my account, because they banned me from my 200,000 account. But I saw it where a young lady was like, yeah, I voted. I voted for Jill Stein, a Black girl. And Don was like, she was just so excited that I voted for Jill Stein. And Don was like, you just threw your vote away. I don't care. You know, basically what you say, Don. I don't care. I'm not for
Oh, she
genocide.
doesn't
Genocide.
care. She's not.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry. She said, I'm not for genocide. And I said, no politician is going to give you exactly what you want. And I compared, I said, it's like public transportation. And she said, oh, well, it doesn't matter if the car or something is fascism or the vehicle. And I was like, well, there's no fascism. How is she a fascist? But anyways, you know what I'm saying?
Wonder, yeah, Don, and I wonder if some of this was jealousy on women's part, right? Like, I really wonder. Look, I have 3 degrees, okay? And I get it. Coming from the hood, don't get me wrong. I felt some type of way. I felt bad at times because people in my community was like, oh, she thinks she's better than us. Last time I checked, I had a baby at 16. Y'all knew who I was. Y'all knew I went through my struggles. So I don't forget where I come from, but it does hurt a little bit to hear that from people in your community. So I can't imagine, but when you get older, you learn how to easily say whatever. But I can't imagine the stuff that this woman, VP Harris, went through compared to something small like this. I mean, it
mind-boggling.
It is, because she has done more. Even when she was attorney general, when she was the district attorney, she has done more. When she brought out the plan when it comes to black men, did Trump bring out a plan for black men and Latino men? Somebody work with me here. No, he didn't. He did not. He did not bring out a plan. This woman was.
There was that platinum plan that he had, but that was from way back in the day. And, okay,
the sneaker plan. The sneaker plan.
Right.
The sneaker plan, yeah. The sneaker plan.
You know, I just keep.
I wonder if it's hold on, Gretchen, real quick. Do you? Because everyone was saying, oh, it doesn't seem like the sort of young or white male vote that he was going for worked. Perhaps it did. No.
Yeah,
it went to the white, but I think, look, a lot of some young, we'll see the data, but I do think that there was a uptick when it came to the black young man. It was, and they literally voted against their parents. You know, I told my son and my brother, I'm like, if you all don't get out there and vote, then I'm done. I ain't talking to y'all for a long time. You know, I'm like, think about this. Like, I'm a grandmother, right? I'm a grandmother to a little girl who's a month old, who has brought nothing but life back into my soul. Okay. And there's nothing that I wouldn't do for this little girl. Every time I see her, I see my mom, who's no longer here with us. And it's just me. It's just me and her, the only female out of all the men. And I can't have kids anymore. Hell, I didn't even want the one I had, at a young age. But I know if my granddaughter is 25 or 26, when she becomes 26, let's say she gets pregnant, and all of a sudden she has a miscarriage. Here in North Carolina, she goes to the doctor. They're not gonna work on her because they are scared because of these laws. This is real. And the fact that
can I give you guys something?
It's crazy to me.
Let me see something. This is from Michael Lane is reporting. Michael Lane's NYC. There's Kamala Harris with more than 95% of the precincts reporting, and is polling at 67.8% of the vote in New York City. Okay, if that holds, that would be the worst performance for a Democratic presidential candidate in the 5 boroughs since 1988. A disastrous evening for Democrats in Gotham. What do you guys think of that?
Yeah, they was talking about.
We also talked about Beverly Hills and LA. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah,
but
they said the margins are down a lot in New York. Like, she's going to win, but yeah, it is the numbers are down.
Somebody just texted me that the exit polls for the Jewish vote was Harris 78%, Trump 22%. So yes, the rich Beverly Hills people that were like, he'll be great for Israel, which I completely disagree with, because he's like this with Putin, who is the world's biggest anti-Semite. Ask Russians who fled. You know what? If people vote against their own interests, you can't. I always like to say, and pardon my, it's a little crude, but you can't rape the willing. You know, it's just the way it is. This is how it works. If people are not wanting to save themselves and their future, and in the case of some of these people and their families, you can't talk to these people. You have to just find the one. You see, and one other thing that I want to say, and I'm curious again with the numbers, is that nobody was really talking to the people 60 plus who have a lot on the line with Medicare and, you know, with Social Security and all these things that the Republicans are threatening, like
Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security and on and on.
I mean, nobody was talking to them. In the last day, I saw an ad for that. But that is your Democratic Party, and and they're the ones that have the most to lose, but they were not spoken to get off the couch and come and get buses. You know, getting buses to a rally versus getting buses to the polls.
There was a lot we could say. Yes, and they had a lot of money. They had a lot of money. I want to talk to someone. Let's go to the streets, okay? Sambra Mulder, PhD, is here. Shambra, what say you? How are you feeling?
I'm very upset because I don't believe that Kamala could have done anything different. I think we're sold out by white supremacy. And two examples is Hillary, the white woman, won the popular vote. The second example is Biden was pushed to be the Democratic nominee because Clyburn and other Democrats knew that they needed a white man to beat Trump. And so she's only lost because she is an African-American female. And if you put her resume next to any former president, or not even Donald Trump, any former president, she's a lawyer, she's a senator, she's a vice president, she would be winning by a landslide.
Gretchen, what say you? You've been wanting to.
I couldn't agree more with you, lovely Lemonhead, whose name I don't know, but I think I love what you said. I think that's so
Name is
smart.
Shambra.
Hi, Shambra. That's good. That's great. I mean, look, I think that we're looking at. I think she couldn't have done more. I think that I brought to light. Was talking a little bit about a larger system issue, right? When it's talking about misogyny and racism, and like we really need to fix that in our country. We really just do, because that is really hindering us in our progress as a nation. But I think the other thing that we're not discussing is disinfo and the huge problem that we have in our country with that. And I know that, Abe, you were talking a little bit about, rape the willing, something. Can't rape
civics.
Anyway.
Remember, I said we need to, Gretchen, remember I said we really need to learn civics, right? We need to understand how the government works.
Yes. And also, look, from neuroscience and psychology, what that tells us is that, people tend to think about information as like a buffet where they just go and they pick and they put on their plate what they want. But it's really a lot more like rain, that you get wet if you're just soaked with propaganda. And Senator Mark Kelly a couple months ago talked about how anywhere from 20 to 30% of the political news that we're getting on Twitter, on TikTok, on Facebook, on Instagram is disinfo coming in from Russia, China, Iran. And we know even Elon Musk's PAC, right? They were pushing disinfo about Kamala Harris. We have seen just gobs and gobs and gobs of it about her and her campaign. And so, of course, it upsets me when I see people make decisions based on bad information. And I kind of go, oh my gosh, you shouldn't make that decision. But we also have to look at the source of that bad information and the fact that social media companies are letting it all in and we're not stopping it. We have a completely open door when it comes to disinfo in America. Our social media companies let everything in, and we can't see into the social media companies to kind of understand where this information is coming from. And one of my big concerns, honestly, with the Donald Trump presidency is with the backing that he's getting from Silicon Valley. I think it will be very difficult to get the necessary social media legislation that we require as a nation in order to stabilize the nation and get Americans on the same page when it comes to what's true. Because right now, I believe that Americans do not know what's true. And I think that they're making decisions based off of bad information that we're allowing in.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
a lot
they
of it.
are. They are.
Yeah, yeah. Let's go to Janae, who is a Lemonhead. Janae, and remember, a lot of them are getting it from social media sites that are very right leaning. Janae, Lemonhead, what's going on? You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I just want to say that a lot of your guests were saying, if we're not happy with the outcome, then we should go and donate to a food bank, or we should connect with other people because the work is going to continue. And I think that's very easy for them to say. But I'm going to be target number one when Donald Trump comes into power. And I'm also the mother of a 12-year-old, and she is going to be target number one when Donald Trump comes into power. We are the ones that are going to be victimized by that Project 2025 that he is going to bring into the legislature, or do whatever orders so that it can be implemented into the system. And every 4 years, Black women are asked to come and save this democracy and do whatever for this country, and for us to love our country when our country doesn't give a damn about us. And it's not fair for y'all to put that on us. And I feel that, yes, we had a conversation about Black men and their misogyny towards Black women and why they didn't want to vote for a Black woman. Well, it's time for y'all to have a conversation with your white aunties and ask them why they could not look at a qualified woman and her policies and the things that she wanted to do for our democracy, and why they didn't want to stand up and do anything about that. And that's what I have to say.
But where do we have those conversations?
It's time. And when you go to Thanksgiving dinner, you need to ask your auntie why she decided to do that.
You can do a weekly
I'm
show.
a registered nurse. I lived through COVID. I had to deal with Trump's disastrous policies dealing with COVID. I'm a registered nurse. I have to deal with Trump's disastrous abortion bans. And I live in North Carolina, so we're the only Southern state that has abortion. So we're getting inundated by women coming from surrounding states that need reproductive care, because we're the only ones that are giving it. And our clinics are backed up for weeks and months, because we're dealing with the influx of people. But when you go to Thanksgiving dinner, when you're unwrapping your Christmas gifts, you need to ask your aunties why they decided to do this to us as a nation.
I don't know if you heard that. Oh, yes, applause. I don't know if you heard that political sis. She said, there's a lot of blame to go around. I'm not sure how you feel about that at age applauding. But you need to start asking the people who did vote for them why they do that to other people. So,
yeah, I'd love to.
Does she? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you go ahead, hon.
I heard a little bit. I had to walk away. I was getting my bag, but if I'm not mistaken, did Miss Lemonhead, did I hear you say that?
I love that, Miss Lemonhead.
Love it.
As a woman, as two women of color, I know I'm worried, right? Like, I'm so worried because we're talking about we're going to be affected the most when our country has a scratch. We are bleeding out, right? As Black people. Are you saying that, hey, as a Black woman, we are going to feel this the most? We are the ones who are going to be worried about this the most? That is how I feel too.
We're the ones that are going to be affected the most.
Absolutely right. And I think I heard you say you're a registered nurse.
The maternal death rate for Black women is on the same level as Sierra Leone, a third world country. And these policies that Trump is going to implement with that Project 2025, more Black women are going to die. I am a nurse. I have worked at a world-class medical facility for 14 years. I cannot tell you the level of the lack of care in North Carolina is unbelievable. In
Are you in
the
North Carolina?
eastern part, in the western part of our state, we
Oh,
have
yeah.
people that have to travel over 75 miles to get to
That's
a
right.
primary care physician
Because of the
or
Medicaid
primary
that
care
they
provider.
see.
There
That's
are
right.
people that have to go over 150 miles to be able
That's
to
right.
get to a medical facility that
That's
can
right.
treat them. This is disaster.
That's right. And
I,
this
I
is
want
what
to
keeps
bring
me
in.
up at this is what keeps me up at night. You're absolutely right. And I'm from
I want.
I'm from Eastern North Carolina, by the way. So yes.
I want to speak to some of the other Lemonheads. If there are others, I want to hear what you're saying and feeling at this point. Who's there? Thank
I have
you.
to tell you guys.
Yep. Go ahead. Thank
Oh,
you.
Abe,
Abe.
it was
I
so
appreciate
nice
it.
meeting you.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Who else?
Pleasure.
Who
Hope
else
to
do we
see
have
you
up?
again.
Anybody? No. Nobody up. Okay. Anybody? Raise your hand if you want to speak, because I want to make sure that you're heard if you want to speak, guys. Anybody there want to speak? Any Lemonhead on the screen? This is your time. Hi. Who's that? Tara, you there? We cannot hear you, Tara, if you're there. Okay.
I'm
All right.
here. Can you hear me, John? Can you hear me, Don?
Yeah, I want to do a quick lightning round. Can you just give me a quick comment of how you're feeling? And I'm going to go
Yes.
around across the board for all the limits.
How I'm feeling is that not only the Dems, right?
We
but
don't
the
see your
people in
camera,
this
by
chat
the
are
way.
not honest. And I think what has disadvantaged the Democratic Party is the lack of ability to be honest. We're not, right? We are not talking about the issues that are upsetting people most. We are not talking about the issues that disadvantage people the most. We're buying into a lot of the what is it called? The propaganda, right? We're repeating a lot of the talking points. We're not really talking about what people are dealing with on an everyday basis. Kamala Harris campaign did a great job in electrifying the base and getting people excited to go out and vote. But when it came to giving policy, she fell flat. That's an honest
Listen,
conversation.
I think I have to
we are
disagree
not.
with that.
I
I think I have to disagree with that.
I mean,
because
I
fine,
disagree.
you,
I
but
absolutely
fine,
disagree.
but fine.
I think
but fine,
I think we disagree with
but
that, because
fine,
if you
Don,
go to her
you
website,
can totally
no,
you
I'm
can
gonna
totally disagree.
All right, well,
However,
let me talk,
but
please. Let me talk.
when we're talking
Can I talk, please?
about why people were
Can you
deciding
mute?
to leave
Can
the
we mute,
Democratic
please?
Party, it was
Can
the
we
lack
mute?
of transformational.
Please mute, guys. Thank you. You have to give me the talk. You just can't just run over everybody. Okay. So there are a lot of people on here. Who said that they disagree? I disagree, because if you look at her website, she spoke. There are others who said that her policies were on her website. And when I talked to people across the country, they understood her policies. They knew that she wanted to give people first-time home buyers money. They knew that she wanted to give money for childcare for people. They knew that she wanted to give business owners, first-time business owners, money. They knew that she wanted to about college. What do you call it? I have two brain cells now. About college debt, like removing college debt from people. Those were actual policies. And when I talk to the Trump folks, I'm just being honest. You know, I'm always with you. They did not understand why they were voting for him. They were parroting right-wing talking points. Who else has their hand raised? Go ahead, please. You're muted. Whoever's speaking is muted.
Marie Irby.
Yes.
There we go. Sorry, I saw you raise your hand, so we just unmuted you.
Yes, I did. Hi, Don. Thank you for having me tonight.
Yes, quick comment, please, because I want to get
Yes,
as
I
many
was
people
just
on as
following
possible.
up on what Tara was talking about the policy. She said something about what Kamala Harris did not address a policy. I just wanted to ask her what policy did she expect from her? Like, because of doing a debate or doing a rally, she cannot say everything that on policy. That's why they have it on a website. If you want more information to inform yourself, you go back and read about it.
Yeah. Listen, I agree that you can't get everything in,
So
but
give
we
me
should
an
always talk
example
about.
of policy
We
that
should
you were
always talk
waiting
about.
for.
We should always talk about policies, but I want to get other folks in. Anybody else here have a comment that they want to get in? Please raise your hand. Is there anybody else who wants to raise their hand to get in? Okay. All right. So we don't. Anyways, political sis Gretchen. Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to say, at some point, we're going to have to, we can Google. All of us on this app, all of us up here right now know how to Google, right? And I think is disingenuous. It's just completely wrong. That means you're not doing your research, Tara. I hope I'm not butchering your name. Please forgive me if I am. But I have to correct you. You're absolutely wrong. She has talked about policies. That's all she's done. And matter of fact, if you want to know more in depth about her policies, all you have to do is go on her website. It is right there for everyone to see. The person who never talked about policies was Trump. This is the part where I'm saying, especially us as Black women, we do ourselves a disservice when we sit here and say things like that. When we are not even, do we realize how crazy we look when all she has done was talked about policies? That's all she's done. This man has never talked about politics.
I talked about anybody other than himself. Marie Irby is there. Marie, have you spoken yet? Marie, if you're there, unmute and come on in.
We have Tyrone right now. Tyrone Ross.
Okay, Tyrone Ross.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please. And I hate to rush, but I want to get everybody in so that can we do like just a quick comment from
There's a bunch of people talking, so it's a bunch of people talking.
No, we can hear you, sir. Go on.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes, sir. Go on, please.
All right, so a couple of quick points. I'm from New Jersey. I'm here on the West Coast. I have a lot of feelings and emotion for all the women that express their feelings and their emotion. I am an uncle. Again, I was raised by a Black mother, so I feel the angst and the frustration. I will say this: I'm not as sad and disappointed as some folks. I am going to hold out hope here. Let's see what happens for our folks in Milwaukee, Philly, and Detroit. But also, the last point I want to say is this: looking at the numbers of Black men voting in Georgia, and then speaking with a lot of the young Black men that I mentor, I think that was an opportunity that was missed because I spoke to a lot of them today and they did not vote. Thank you.
They did not vote. Thank you for that. Any other Lemonheads
Don, didn't you say earlier that you reached out to, I think, was it a Harris campaign, letting them know that they need to handle this when it comes to the young Black vote, young Black man?
I didn't hear that. Anything else? Lisa Cole.
Hey, Don. So I believe is just it's the reflection of our education system. Unfortunately, a lot of people are getting their news, they're getting their important information from an echo chamber. This is something that we've talked about before, but I think this election is truly showing, especially coming out of COVID, coming out of things or instances where we weren't receiving proper education. There are individuals that are clearly suffering from that at this point. Literally, she has multiple policies and has run on those policies. They're out there. Again, they're Googleable. This is public record. So I'm not sure how we can point the blame without looking at the true issue, which is the education system at this point.
Well, listen, you guys are the best. Thank you, Lemonheads. Thank you, Political Sis. Thank you, Gretchen. Anybody want to say anything else before we go? And look, don't be sad. I'm telling you, it's going to be okay. I'm with the gentleman who said he's not that worried. I'm okay. We got to fight. Okay. All right, guys. I appreciate you joining us tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, everyone. Have a good evening. Thank you. Good night.